5 matches into this 6-match series, and Ireland, they have sewn up this series, but still a pretty interesting match today against the Netherlands, the host nation. We're only just getting started here, though, in the Netherlands, because we have KNCB Finals Day on Sunday and also some T20IWs next week. So the action just keeps on coming. Peacock Friday as well. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the ECN Netherlands T20I Tri Series, and it starts right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another huge day in European cricket. It is Peacock Friday. A little bit of history today as well, because we are broadcasting in 4 different locations at once. But I tell you what, you probably won't see a higher standard game than here at the Voorburg Cricket Ground in the Netherlands. Netherlands and Ireland, their full T20 teams playing in essentially their last game in Europe before they head across the pond to the T20 Men's World Cup. Now, conditions today at VCC, I can tell you, a little bit of cloud in the air, kind of gloomy is how I would describe it. But I will say that, fingers crossed, we won't get any rain, and we're expecting a maximum temperature of 19. Currently, it's a little about 17 to get this one started. Let's talk about this pitch, and it has been a pretty interesting surface to me. It's a bit harder, I think, than this time yesterday. We saw the ball maybe doing a little bit, especially early, a little bit of sideways movement on this surface, but it's held together pretty well. I think my impression yesterday with this 11 a.m. start time was it gets better to bat on as the game goes through. But what I will say is Netherlands, they were a bit diabolical with the bat last time out, weren't they? I know that they're very, very keen to kind of get their kind of top order sorts. I think Max O'Dowd will come back today at the top, and that certainly provides them a bit of stability. For Ireland, well, they did sew up the series. Got to say, I really like the form of Sterling and Andy Balbirnie at the top for them. But I think maybe the team that can bowl more accurately and bowl less hit-me balls might just get the edge in this one. They did meet earlier in the week. It was a cracking game in match 2. Just 1 run separated the sides. Tim Pringle with some late innings heroics, but couldn't quite get the home side across that finish line. Let's talk about the toss now, and I know that Andrew Leonard is standing by with the 2 captains and Phil Whitacase, the tournament referee. Let's see who wins that coin toss here in match 5.
Yeah, toss time here, the final game of this tri-series. The Netherlands, the hosts, will be taking on Ireland. Scott Edwards alongside Paul Sterling, Mr. Phil Whitacase, the ICC match referee. Scott, I think you got the coin. Give it a toss. Tails is the call, and it comes down as a head. Scott, you won the toss, just coming a bit closer. What are you going to do, please, and why?
Yeah, we're going to have a bowl first. I think obviously morning conditions, hopefully a little bit around. Yeah, that's our thinking.
Every single captain that's won the toss so far in the series has lost the game. Obviously, you'll be looking to change that today.
Yeah, I did see that yesterday. I think there's a few different theories going around, but yeah, for us, it's just play the style we want to. We obviously didn't do that the other day, so yeah, really want to come back strong today.
Importance of today's game for you. What are you trying to focus on?
I think it's all just in preparation for the World Cup. Obviously, there's a few other things going on around, but for us, it's just playing our best brand and preparing for that World Cup coming up.
Okay, final question. Any changes to your team today?
Yeah, we've got 2 changes. We've got Paul and Max coming in for Arian and Kyle.
Superb. Scotty, best of luck. Okay, Scott Edwards choosing to have a bowl first. Paul, would you like to have bowled?
Yeah, I think we would have bowled today. I think there's a bit of weather around later on, so I think that usually makes up most captains' decisions before the toss. So, yeah, we would have given that a crack.
Final game of the series, your reflections on it as a whole thus far? It's been really good for Ireland in particular.
Yeah, I think we're going pretty well. I think we probably weren't at our absolute best yesterday against Scotland, so I see that as maybe a positive where we can sort of try and get that 10% extra needed to be at our best and be a little bit more clinical on both sides.
How much of this builds into the World Cup? I know you play Sri Lanka and Florida ahead of really those massive clashes against India, all the way through USA, Canada, taking on Pakistan the last game. Where's the team at? Is there real hopes of a Super 8 spot?
Yeah, I think clarity in roles. I think it particularly helps with. You want people to get out to a World Cup and know exactly how they're going to go about their business. So I think that's where we're in a pretty strong place. I think most people, we're down pretty close to what team we want to go in with in the World Cup. We're very lucky that we've got Josh Little available and coming back for that. So we feel like we're in a strong place. But again, we'll not take anything for granted.
I think you really are. Any changes to your team? I think there's none.
There's no changes.
Okay, Sterling, nice to see you. That's the news from the toss. Netherlands, they've won the toss. Let's get over to Vinny Sandu. They're going to have a ball first.
Thanks very much, Andrew Leonard. Yes, it is the final day of this series, Tri-Series featuring the Netherlands, Ireland and Scotland. Scotland now have finished their games. Let's go back and have a look at what we have seen so far. Netherlands opened with a 41-run win over the Scots on opening day last Saturday. Levitt was excellent at the top. Vikram batted well for 39 as well, despite the efforts of Cross. Scotland falling well short of that target. Barrington also amongst the runs there. Vivian Kingma was the player of the match in that one with 4 for 21. And then we saw the hosts take on Ireland. So this is the previous time these two teams have met in this series, and what a game it was. 150 to 149. Some late heroics from Pringle. Couldn't quite get his team the victory. Maxo down with 33 in there. Has had a couple of hits in the series. Max hasn't quite kind of hit his straps yet. Basileda with 32. Not too much better than a runner ball there. Adair was excellent for Ireland. So was Tucker in there. Pringle rounded out his game with 3 wickets in the first innings. Fionn Hand was brilliant for Ireland, but we haven't actually seen him featuring since. Scotland took on the Netherlands in match 4 after match 3 was washed out. Scotland were able to turn the tables. 158 they put on the board. Netherlands, this is the last time out for them. They were bowled out within 15 overs for 87. George Munsey was a bit of a monster in there. 72, the highest score of the series by an individual. Van Beek with 3 wickets. Mark Watt with 4 wickets though for Scotland, as he was able to rout the Dutch batting. And then yesterday, 157 for Scotland. Seemed a decent score. Matthew Cross with 35, Lees with 34, Jones with 23, Craig Young and Adair with 3 for the Irish, who were able to chase it down with 3 balls to spare. Andy Balbirnie top scoring with 56, put on 66 with his captain, Paul Sterling. Also Tucker amongst the runs once again after a little bit of luck early. This is what the table looks like. Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo, with Corey Rutgers. So Ireland, they have kind of sewn up the series here, but still plenty to gain from today's match.
Yeah, plenty to gain, and welcome viewers all around the world. It's the last day of this Tri-Series. Looking forward to this fixture. Netherlands winning the toss and electing to bowl first, so it should be a good game of cricket. Obviously, a little bit of National Geographic early as well, Vinny.
And why not? Well, it's springtime, and it is Peacock Friday. So I've got to say that I suppose there's been some...
That's not a peacock, Vinny.
Well, you know, it's bird-like. Hey, what a time to be alive as Ireland are on the park 2-0. Netherlands, though, a couple of changes for them.
Yeah, 2 big changes for Netherlands. Kyle Klein's not going to play in this one, and Paul van Meekeren comes back in, the tall Dutch quick. Looking forward to seeing him. And obviously, Arjen Dutt, a little bit surprised by that one, not playing either. So not opting to play 2 spinners. Tim Pringle will be the lone spinner. Obviously, they lost Daniel Dorum this week as well, which probably means for the Netherlands they're looking to get a little bit different with their combinations and last chance to try. And Max O'Dowd comes back to the top, and I think that's really important for them. Yes, he's not making the 50s and 60s people are used to, but he always gets in, and that's a really beautiful thing to have at the top of the order. Supercomputer says it's 60 or 59% for the Irish and 41% for the Dutch.
Yeah, and these two have a pretty healthy rivalry, don't they, in this form of the game? Netherlands have kind of punched a little bit above their weight if you go by the rankings and kind of where cricket's at in these two countries at the moment. Ireland, of course, now a full member.
Oh, Irish cricket is blooming, isn't it? And it's good to hear Paul Sterling in the pre-game. He seems very confident with his troops, and looking forward to seeing them in America and the Windies in a couple of weeks' time. Big matchup early as well. We're going to see, obviously, Balbirnie and Sterling out there up against Kingma. You imagine Logan van Beek. Those two have bowled exceptionally well. Both got 6 wickets for the series and leading the wicket takers. So the Dutch seamers have been good, but it's going to be a big old test against this dangerous opening pair.
So Dutch electing to bowl. Interesting. I think it's the right call. I think yesterday the pitch got better for batting as it went.
I think it's the one thing as well, Vinny. Obviously, the outfield got a bit quicker as well, didn't it, as the sun sort of came out. Hopefully, the weather gods will be good to us also. It's like Vivian Kingma, who's probably just opened his back porch and come for a walk out to the ground.
Yeah, I actually saw something coming out of the house earlier. It might have been Viv's mum. She was featuring in the video. I love that video on social media. Can't be too many international cricketers that they can just pop out in their backyard.
Didn't this man on your screen bat beautifully yesterday? 56 or 46 for Balbirnie. Sterling made a quick fire 32 off 21. That opening partnership of 66 really sort of set them up for that chase first. Scotland looks like it's going to be a deep backward point and a deep square. So both square boundaries are the two sort of areas protected. A slip in place. We're all set to go, Vinny.
Let's go. And it is Kingma on his home turf to Balbirnie. First ball of match 6. A little bit of away nibble there from Kingma. who was brilliant on that opening day with his 4 wickets.
Yeah, he's been fantastic so far in this series. Just touching on the stats a little bit, he's picked up 6 wickets in the series for only 74 runs. Economy of 7.2, been pretty good.
One thing I just think with Viv is, if it's going well, I'd like to see him bowl a third over up front if it's working. Why go away from it? Has been a little bit less effective, I suppose, towards the end of innings. Can also kind of bowl in the middle. Encouraging signs for him first up. Slides this one through. One thing about this pitch, it does get called quite skiddy, isn't it? It's a hybrid surface.
Yeah, it's been an interesting old sort of week here. I think some batsmen have shown us how good they can be when they get out there and they get onto a bit of a fly, but it's been well, not everyone. A lot of players have sort of got out there and only been able to go and run a ball. So, obviously, it's been prepared for today. It does look pretty true. I saw you in the pre-game, gave it a good knock on the surface. It sounds rock hard.
It's pretty hard. Yeah, it definitely is, but it does have that skiddy element to it. We have seen it time and time again. That one hurried off the pitch past Balbirnie. This one squares him up a touch as well. A hint of away movement. Interestingly, not too much wind at the moment. Looking at the windmill, barely turning over. I don't think that's a factor at the moment. Kind of eerie conditions at the moment with a cloud cover in.
Yeah, I think we're very thankful that this is the 11 a.m. start as well, because there is rain forecast later today. Potentially it could hit during the second innings, which means Duckworth Lewis might be in play. Sterling, the skipper of the Irish team, getting himself pumped up and ready. There you go. He's a great player to watch, and if he gets in, Vinny, we're always in for a show.
Bit of a cult figure as well.
He
is
is.
In the associate game. Great to have him on the network, and he really showed aggressive intent from the get-go yesterday. And once again, he does exactly that. He walks straight at Kingma, wasting no time in the first boundary of match 6.
Oh, what a shot. First ball of the day, Paul Sterling. That's got me going. That was an amazing strike. Just skipped down the wicket, said, okay, Vivian, cop a bit of this. Skips down, times it beautifully. What a shot. That's shot of the week for me.
I mean, what about the cojones to just say, okay, I've seen a couple from the other end. It's an incredible piece of batting. Now he's going to whip one away, but only a single. Yeah, well, right on cue, Sterling delivering for us.
Yeah, and if he gets in and enjoys the power play, it really does set up this Irish team. Kingma, he's very important for this Netherlands 11 also. He's good at taking wickets early. I do agree with you. Would like to see maybe every now and then bowl a spell of 3 at the top. He does get it to go a little bit away. And that natural variation, the ones that angle in, gets a lot of LBWs and bolts. Last ball of the first over.
Thick outside edge flies away towards Pringle, who will keep it to 1. Balbirnie will keep the strike, and at the end of 1, 7 without loss.
Yeah, signs of intent, isn't it, so far from Ireland? Not afraid to skip down the wicket and play a few aggressive strokes. These two batted beautifully together yesterday in what could have been a bit of a tricky chase. They did it comfortably in Ireland 1 with 3 balls to spare, but it was a bit more comfortable than that sort of shows, doesn't it, Vinny?
Yeah, it was kind of, I suppose, not a choke. It was kind of like a pre-choke. But in the end,
it was still very yeah, they were always ahead. This has been the tail of the tape. It's been an excellent try series. Highly enjoyable. Probably game of the week has been obviously the Irish 1-run win. And that went right down to the wire. Easily could have had a super over. And Scotland, I think, improved throughout the week as well. That 71-run win, probably their highlight versus the Netherlands. As it looks like Scott Edwards, he loves to bring in the changes. Tim Pringle going to bowl early here. Yeah,
normally we have seen the Dutch opening with a spinner in the first over. So I think that's a slight change. So left armour comes on over number 2. Bernie kind of feeling for this one.
Well, interesting field set as well. So they've got the deep backward square and a deep mid wicket. Balbirnie loves a sweep shot, but I think he'll be fancying trying to come down and get this one over the top. Decent sized boundaries, but it is the power play.
Yeah, that partnership of 66 between these two yesterday. It's the first time we've really seen an opening pair get on top of the opening bowlers, and for a significant length of time. No Levitt and O'Dowd showed signs of it, I suppose, in the first game. Fetches this one from the off stump for a single, but Yeah, these two certainly the in-form pair, and I don't think they mind having to bat first in this one.
Yeah, a little change to the field now. So mid-on will go back and mid-wicket will come in. They'll still keep the deep backward square leg. Good start from Pringle. Not easy to be a spinner early against this pairing.
Bit of a crowd coming in, of course. Is a work day here in the Netherlands.
It's a work day, but I do think we'll get a fair few rock up throughout this game.
Well, that's an incredible strike from Sterling. He's come out in the mood. Maximo! That was torched over the ropes.
Well, he's faced 3 deliveries and he's just shown a little bit of class, oozing in class, Paul Sterling. I don't know what he had for breakfast, but I'll have some of that. He's smacked that over the top for 6. He's looking good.
Well, if it was an all-you-can-eat, I don't think there's much left. Paul Sterling has just come out and he's made his intentions very, very known. Oh, wow. Dangerous strike. Pringle with a comeback ball.
Yeah, he's the type of cricketer that if he faces, say, 30 to 40 balls, he can take a game away from you. Netherlands would love to see the back of him early. I think the neutral would love to see more of Paul Sterling.
Backs away and kind of gets the gap, but well knocked down partially to keep it to 1.
And I think that's Levitt there, did really well. So just the 1 easily could have gone away for 4. That is the second over complete. Good signs early for Ireland. The score is 15 for none.
This is really not something we've seen a lot of this week with openers having a bit of trouble with the surface. The Irish side, you can see there, with 2 points available for every game, they've sewn up the series, but still other factors at play, right?
Yeah, it's the ranking system that we've talked about a little bit this week. Another win here for Ireland basically would give them the ticket for 2026. That it's very hard for them to sort of, well, not finish in that top 12 automatic places for the next World Cup, next T20 World Cup in a couple of years as Kingma comes back.
Just looks in touch, doesn't he, at the moment? Paul Sterling. I want to say a quick hello to all of our viewers as well. As Ben has made a bit of a comparison between Paul Sterling and a former Australian opener, one of our favourites from Tasmania. Also, I want to say hello to Javid in there, to Parvej. I know we've got a lot of cricket today on ECN. In fact, this is the first time we've ever had 4 different locations in one day. It is absolutely insane what's happening in European cricket. Miss hit that time from Balbirnie. He should get a couple.
Just 2 more to the total. Didn't get that one out in the middle, but just showing that intent still. These 2 batted beautifully yesterday, sort of picking up where they left off. I think Kingma wouldn't be too deterred here, maybe to bang one in, get one right up there in the grill, sort of height. Netherlands look a little bit more alive today. I think the other day they were admittedly said they were a little bit flat for some reason versus Scotland, but they look right up for this. You can hear them through the effects, Mike. Oh,
it's good running by Sterling to get through for the single, but that one might have just come back a bit.
that one's actually decked in quite a bit. So it just goes to show if you do bend your back on the surface, watch this one come back at him.
Even more on the replay than I realised. But we have seen a bit of sideways movement with the new ball.
Just a bit. But that one's that's come a long way. I don't think anyone around the world would get bat on that.
Especially because his natural movement is slightly out of Kingma. So that was a pretty dangerous delivery. Probably lucky for Balbirnie it wasn't Fuller.
Looking quite fit, Kingma, as well. I know he's put a lot of effort into his fitness regime the last couple of months. Looking strong.
Sterling charges him once again. This is one place that if you lived here, you do have no excuses to be late for training as well. That's the other thing. I mean, I can imagine you would still blame the traffic, something that you did a couple of years ago in the Netherlands when we were working together. But it's a pretty unique thing. Loving watching Sterling here, though, go about his work. Isn't it amazing to think how far we've come, that we've got these kind of games on ECN. They're being produced very, very well by our partners at Spring Media as well. A lot of people all around the world are enjoying them. But also, we have 2 sets of T20 internationals being played on the network today. Also day and night series finals day in Estonia, and then Portugal continues tonight with Phil G. So a lot going on. This ground is It's like a postcard, isn't it, really, this VCC ground?
I do want to just say a big credit to all the groundsmen and ground staff to get some of these wickets up during a testing week with all the rain around. And also, they had short notice. These games were meant to be at VRA in Amsterdam. So credit to the whole VCC sort of fraternity to get these games up.
It would have been nice to get up to VRA as well.
I'm sure we'll be back in the future.
You got a feel for them. I know they would have loved to host these games. Just wasn't to be. Last ball of the third. And good away. It finds Barassi, who keeps his place in the side. He's fielding just at that 45 on the offside. End of the third over, and Ireland 20 without loss after being sent in here in match 6.
Yeah, good contest on our hands. Obviously, this batting lineup very destructive. Tucker's looked really good this week as well, listed to come in at 3. They bat all the way down to Mark Adair, who, well, we saw his batting sort of masterclass the other day as well. Looks like Logan van Beek is going to be given the ball. He has probably been the pick of the bowlers for the Dutch, and he's actually leading in the tournament so far. He's picked up 6 wickets for 53 runs this week at an economy of 4.8.
He's been incredibly consistent, has Logan. It's a good time for him to come on. So they only go the 1 over of Pringle from this City end.
Well, it's a different sort of looking Dutch side today. It's the first time in a long time I can only see one spinner in that lineup. I know they've had Rula van der Merwe in the past. Ackerman's bowled some spin also. But just Pringle today, so you can see a more pace-heavy attack. He's going to have his work cut out here, Van Beek. Sterling's on fire, and he's facing.
Sterling's really giving it both barrels so far. Just plays down the wrong line first up once again. Attacks the first ball that he sees from a pacer.
Yeah, Sterling's definitely in the mood today. Van Beek's had that happy knack of getting a little bit out of this surface all week. Bowled exceptionally. There's some of the Dutch fans have come in. Good day to watch.
Nice bit of National Geographic as well from the crew. Squared up a touch this time, Sterling. This pitch definitely, for me, got better to bat on as the day went on yesterday, but doesn't seem quite as kind of, not holding as much moisture this time today for the first ball than it was yesterday. These two look very comfortable on it, Sterling and Balboni. He walks at this, but he sliced it. It's coming in, and it's almost held. It's never arrived to Barassi. Vikram was also herring in, but Sterling gets lucky.
Oh, it's a massive moment in the game. It balloons over the top. Vikram coming from mid-on gets there in the end. Barassi also diving forward. Just landed in the perfect spot, really. But it does go down, and Sterling, he gets an early life.
Could have been a real ugly incident as well, because I don't know how much communication there was between the two fielders. It was kind of equally between them. They were both struggling just to even reach it.
Oh, Van Beek will be disappointed.
Now he lifts this one up over the leg side. This will probably just plug in the surface. It does just that. We'll get back for a couple.
Yep, 2 more to the toe, so even though he's been given a life, Sterling isn't going to sort of go into his shell at all here. He's going to keep trying to attack, obviously. Van Beek, who's been probably the leading of the line for the Dutch sort of fast bowlers brigade in the last few years. He's having a very good tournament. He'll be a bit frustrated at the moment. Could have had the big wicket.
Little cutter there, I think. Still some bat on it from Sterling. Yeah, Van Beek's got the look of a guy, I know he can only bowl 4 overs, but if you asked him to bowl all day, he would for you. He'd give you everything.
Yeah, he's fit as a fiddle. 3 for 13 the other day versus Scotland, and in a losing cause. Pretty rare you'll see that. He's bowled a very good first over here. Got a lot of responsibility on his shoulders for the World Cup around the corner as well. Last ball, the 4th. Despite the intent, Netherlands still holding on here a bit.
No, we're only 5 off 10. And now he's going to hit this straight up in the air. Edwards should be able to take it very, very simply. So Van Beek creates 2 chances. This one gets taken. Balboni never really got going here in match 6. He goes for just 5, and Ireland lose their first wicket, 23 for 1.
Yeah, massive scalp. Van Beek in the end picks up his first wicket today. He's the leading wicket taker in this tri-series. That's his 7th. Just cramping him for a bit of room there. And Scott Edwards with the gloves on. He's never going to drop that.
Balboni knew his fate immediately, I think. Just trying to get something going, trying to kind of go with that angle, that in angle from Van Beek. But it's not Andy's day. That's cricket, isn't it? Some days you're up, some days you're not. Unfortunately, you'll have to watch the rest of this innings from the sidelines. 23 for 1.
Yeah. Probably the last time we'll see him bat, obviously, in Dutch shores for a while. Best wishes to him for the World Cup. Wasn't his day today. Now comes a man who's looked in red-hot form recently, Lorcan Tucker.
Yeah, he had a little bit of luck yesterday early, but catched it in. He's been incredibly consistent as well. Lorcan Tucker.
He's been in red-hot form, 350s in his last 4 T20Is, and the other one where you say he missed out, he actually made a 40, so he's been in incredible form. He gets his opportunity here. He's really sewn up that number 3 position. Looks like they are going to go to Kingmar as well to bowl third. I like this. This is what we were sort of talking about a couple of moments ago, that we'd like to see Kingmar bowl 3 with the new ball, because just with the older ball, maybe not as effective. So he gets his third here. Sterling's still there. Game on.
Just the exception of that one boundary, sparkling boundary that Sterling hit off him. Now he's going to pull him though, and he's going to get it over the 45.
Oh.
And we've got our first splashdown of the day, and well fielded by the youngster.
Well, I reckon that ball's going to be thrown away. You see Paul Van Makeren's already trying to dry it. That's gone into a big lot of water around. We have had a lot of rain in the area in the last week. Lovely shot from Sterlo. Goes with the swivel pull. Look at this. Oh, no.
Well, you know who saved it? That's Kieran there. He's flown over especially for this, and he is a huge fan. So Kieran getting a bit of the ball. Now that's one time, if they're going to change the ball, I'd like to see Kieran being able to keep that ball.
Well, yeah,
while it
why
dries
not? It's
out.
all like in the baseball when someone hits a foul ball. And here comes the briefcase. I heard you saying the other day it's almost like a deal or no deal briefcase.
Yeah, well, obviously the Australians lost that in the Ashes in the 5th Test. They didn't get a very good deal at all. We won't talk about that.
I think just seeing that big bit of water just around, it just shows there has been so much rain in the last week.
This is what happened. But I've got to say, Kieran, he's looking the goods as well. And he's a huge fan. Apparently he even went to Bangladesh last year with his parents for the test match. So isn't it great to see the youngsters getting involved?
That's brilliant. This is why I've really enjoyed VCC Volvo. It's been a family vibe this week. A lot of families coming down, a lot of kids watching the action. And this is why I think in the future, hopefully Ireland, Scotland, Netherlands can do more series like this, because it's been such a brilliant thing for the kids to come and watch some of their heroes play.
One day he might be on the park. He fielded that wet. Fielding wet ball's not easy. He didn't even look like fumbling that. I know I played with a few guys that struggled with fielding the stationary ball. Anyway, Sterling, 21 and counting. Whips this way, but only a single.
The noise off the bat today with Sterling. He's timing everything.
One thing that Andrew Lennon was talking about when we last saw Ireland playing was Sterling's approach, that it's almost that T10 approach that we would talk about, saying not wanting to waste deliveries, and especially power play deliveries. So you only get 36 of them in a game. And he has immense confidence in the length and the strength of their batting order, so that, not to overvalue wickets.
It's his fearless approach, isn't it?
It's unselfish as well.
Yep.
It's unselfish that he's taking the game on pretty much from ball dot.
So Tucker on strike for his first delivery today. Just getting it to come a little bit back in off the surface at the moment, Kingmar. He's bowled pretty tidily. Just another delivery, pitching and, say, a little bit off the surface coming in. I think Ireland not afraid to skip down the wickets or try and change his length and line. Despite some aggressive strokes, Netherlands have started well also. They look right up for this. Obviously, been an interesting week for them. A beautiful first game. Probably should have won the second against Ireland. Then a bit of a disappointing batting collapse in their third match. But today is another opportunity.
He throws the hands at this. He's going to get 4. Uses the pace of Kingma against him. Not maybe 100% in control of where that goes, but Tucker off the mark.
Yeah, lovely shot. The man that's been in rich, hot form. A little bit short, a little bit wide, and he puts that one away. 3 international T20I 50s in his last 4 digs. I'm sure he's seeing it pretty well. Maybe not exactly where he was hoping for, but 4 nonetheless.
Oh boy. I just saw something. I'm going to take you back in time. Remember the ECL final in 2019? There were 28 sixes in the innings in an ECN T10 match. That was a record for a long time. And then the record did go to 29. We've just had breaking news. We've just had 30 sixes in an innings in Estonia. in the 1 versus 2 match. And the strike is 254 off 10 overs. Won't see those kind of numbers here, but still, it's the kind of breadth of cricket you get on ECN.
So Kingma, 1 ball remaining, probably in his spell.
So Kingma does bowl the third. He's gone for 20 so far, 5 overs in, and the score is 32 for 1. This gives us an opportunity to welcome you into the commentary box. Great to have your company on a Peacock Friday. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo, Corey Rucker's with me. Now, you're not your greatest Peacock effort, but the detail on it is pretty good, so I'll give you extra points for that.
I appreciate that,
Doesn't
Vinny.
really come across on the camera.
Yeah, it didn't come across on camera. Might have forgotten myself, but boy, I'm excited for this very last
Corey
game
is
of the toss.
the brains, and I use that in inverted commas, behind Peacock Friday, which is that we like to wear
We do like to
exciting
wear
shirt
a
on the
loud
Friday.
sort of shirt on the Friday. I'll own up to this one. I might have forgotten.
Sometimes he forgets, and that's real.
I was too
We are
excited
real
for this
here.
game, Vinny. It's
Yeah.
a massive game for these
I
teams.
know. Well, the Dutch and the Irish, they've certainly brought their best Peacock shirts as well. I've got to say, I love the bright kits for both these two teams. Of course, we'll have our own Euros of cricket in September and October. And Makeren comes on for the first time, starts with a short ball.
Yeah, good to see Van Makeren back. He's the quickest of the Dutch bowlers.
We'll have 32 teams in that Euros of cricket this year, split into 2 divisions. I know that you're very enthusiastic about that as the Spanish coach.
I just think it's good for the game. I mean, 32 teams at the ECC, 20 teams at the T20 World Cup. Obviously, cricket expanding into many areas. It's good to be a part of it. Here's a good matchup. Sterling versus Van Makeren.
Well, this is a real leading edge. It's going to fly off the bat of Sterling. It's going to get him 4.
Well, can't do much about that. A little bit of luck going Sterling's way. He's been put down once. He's really going after this Dutch bowling attack. This one doesn't go where he wanted, but flies away. 1 bounce 4.
You make your own luck in a sense as well, don't you? And by swinging that hard, any sort of edge is going to fly safely. There's no one back in that region.
Yeah, it's a difficult one for Edwards. He's still got that deep backward point, and a couple have flown through to third man or in that vicinity. So no changes to the field. Might be something he's thinking about.
This is an errant delivery from Van Makeren, who shouts in disgust at the delivery. He won't be happy with the result either. Sterling helps himself to 4 more.
Yeah, Sterling's not going to miss out on that, Vinny, especially the way he's timing the ball down the leg side, but to help me bowling there, unfortunately. And Sterling's not missing out. He's going now 30 off 18. As we mentioned, if he bats 30 or 40 deliveries, Vinny can really take the game away.
Keeps a little bit low from Van Makeren. Sneaks between the bat and the pad of Sterling.
That's a bit of length from the tall Dutch quick. Sort of scooting through. That's one of the skidders on this surface that happen from time to time.
There have been a few skidders around.
Two balls remaining in the power play.
Misses out on this one.
Despite the intent from Sterling, Netherlands are applying themselves pretty well here. With a heavy length delivery.
You just look at the non-Sterling deliveries have gone for 9 or 15, so obviously it's an okay power play. But
Sort of
probably
goes
not
with
more
the
than
week we're seeing. Some batsmen are finding it quite easy and able to get on with it from ball 1, but there's been a whole lot of batters this week. They've just struggled on these surfaces a little bit. Last ball of the power play then.
dug into the pitch a little bit and pulled away. 2 fielders guarding that side of the boundary. It's an interesting one. Pringle does knock it back in. He seems pretty satisfied with it. I think the umpires are too. So it'll be the end of the over, 42 for 1. It's an interesting one because when he touches it, I think it's clean. It's only about here where I thought maybe it knocks his knee when he's over the rope. Umpires, they've got to call it as they see it. They're happy enough. And so at the end of 6 overs, it's 42 for 1.
Yeah, 42 for 1. Good work there from Tim Pringle. This game at the moment, it's pretty tantalising actually. Could easily go either way. I think the Netherlands will be 2 to 2. They'll be disappointed about the 1-drop catch, but overall, while Sterling's there, Ireland will be feeling pretty comfortable also. Looks like Bustelator is going to come into the attack and also coming into the commentary box. Good morning to Andrew Leonard.
Yeah, very good morning, Corey. Good morning, everyone. Great to be with you for the final match of the series. It's been such a good series. Really, the only thing that I think all three sides would have liked to have changed is to get that 6th game in. We had one washout, the Ireland-Scotland match. Wherever Ireland and Scotland go, we always seem to bring the rain. But yeah, it's been really competitive. There's been good cricket. And critically, it's been just such great preparation for the World Cup. Tucker hits it straight to Vikramjit Singh, who holds on. He put down a tough chance off Paul Sterling. This time he takes a clean catch. And Bustelator into the attack, strikes first ball.
Yeah, massive moment in the game because we've been talking about Tucker's form and he's been striking it beautifully. Edwards' chances that he keeps mid-off in the ring. And Tucker, his eyes light up. It was an overpitch delivery, just didn't get the elevation, and a nice safe catch from Vikramjit Singh.
He's kind of made a nice shape, isn't he? It's a strange one. I don't know, is it a little bit come off the toe? Probably trying to go over the man at mid-off. He's gone for 4. Ireland just having a wobble, 42 for 2.
He just shaking his head there. Looked like that ball was there to go. He just didn't get the elevation he would have liked. So not his day. Does offer an opportunity to Harry Tector, who's come out at number 4.
Yeah, I think every Irish fan is just going to be so happy with seeing Paul Sterling in real form. What they'd love to see is one of these 20s or 30s. I know he made 150 against Afghanistan earlier in the year. They'd love to see one of those turn into an 80-plus, a vintage Paul Sterling knock. He really is, from ball 1 today, he's looked on it, hasn't he?
He's looked on it. That first ball off Vivian Kingma for me was shot off the week. So he's still there. But he's going to need a little bit of support from this middle order. Delader, wicket off his first ball today.
Nice fluent start from Harry Tector. He's probably been a little bit shy of where he'd like to be this week. A 0 and a 3 to his name. Did make 3 30s against Pakistan. None of them came probably again at the strike rate he would have liked. For me, he's still learning the T20 game. He's maybe one of the best ODI players on the planet. He's definitely the best Irish batter that's ever been produced in that format if you look at the numbers, averaging over 50, but still learning things in T20.
Yeah, I think coming out at number 4 is never easy, especially behind openers that usually get you off to a flyer because you're expected to sort of keep at that rate. Another one into leg side. So not easy always to be a number 4, 5, 6 in T20s. The field spread, you come out and you have to try and imitate what the openers have done. It's difficult, but obviously he oozes class, this Tector. Gets another opportunity today to find some touch before the World Cup.
His career numbers probably don't show how good he may end up being in this format. He's played 75 T20, 69 innings. And he's averaging 24 with only 5 50s from those 69 innings. Good short ball from Delader. That's really rushed Tector. Tector wants a wide, I think, but he's only going to give him as 1 for the over.
He's getting it through. It looks like he's got some good rhythm at the moment, Delader. Let's have a closer look. Not signalled a wide from square leg. I think on another day, I want that one back. Looked a little bit too short.
He's very tall, Harry Tector, 6'4". But Delader, you're spot on. Really good rhythm. This is full, straight and gone. In a tour that Harry Tector is going to want to forget, really. 0-3-1 from his 3 innings. And Baz Delader, well, he's got another. What an introduction, what a bowling change.
The old 2-card trick. He goes short the ball before, probably could have been called a wide, and he goes full and straight. He skips across, trying to nudge it into the leg side, and that is just plumb. You can tell an easy decision for Rizwan Akram, the umpire. And Bustelator, what an introduction for him.
Yeah, I think Tector knew immediately, didn't he? It was that resigned look back to the umpire, but really good reward, immediate reward for Baz Delader. A strong start to his day. Ireland's wobble. Well, it's turning into something more worrisome than that. Tector's gone for 1, 44 for 3.
So new man coming to the crease, Curtis Campfer. Plenty of time in this T20 International for him to get in and playing in innings of substance. Yeah, big day for Dutch cricket as well. Obviously, we're talking a lot about the rankings and the system. If they are to get up today, the Netherlands, Zimbabwe will be watching this pretty closely also. They're still not playing Zimbabwe, so that means Netherlands with the win here, maybe a win over Nepal. They're getting very close to that automatic spot also.
Yeah, I tell you what, Ireland would absolutely love if they could win today. They really don't need to worry too much about even thinking about those 2026 rankings.
It's a great little storyline, isn't it? In the background for us.
Really
These
good.
Really exciting.
Golden duck yesterday for Campher. Gets off the mark immediately with a quick single despite the direct hit. The bails go flying into the air. And now, the supercomputer reckoning the Dutch, the home side, heavy favourites, 60-40.
Another over complete. And they look up today, the Dutch, don't they? They were disappointed. A little bit of egg on the face in that previous game versus Scotland, but they really look like they're in this contest. We're at 45 for 3 after 7. Different sort of Dutch team today. Only the one spinner, Pringle. And it looks like he's going to be handed the ball now, so plenty of work. No, Engelbrecht can roll his arm over with some right arm off spin also if they want to go to that turn. And Vikramjit Singh also come in for some medium pace. So plenty of options for the Dutch.
Yeah, just give you those rankings updates from last night. Ireland actually have a 4-point cushion at the moment over Zimbabwe. Remember, it's very likely, depending upon the results, that two of those sides, alongside West Indies and Afghanistan, who have a big edge, a big advantage in terms of the automatic qualification for the 2026 T20 World Cup that we're discussing here. Namibia, we're going to have to have a really good World Cup, you'd expect. They'll probably need 2 or 3 wins to get into the mix out there. But it's a massive game for the Dutch because they're actually 10 points behind Ireland, 6 points behind Zimbabwe. But because of their volatility, they could jump, 2 or 3 points with a win today.
Yeah, so we're forecasting a win today over Ireland and a win over Nepal. They would be 1 win away from probably getting 12th spot over Zimbabwe.
Stifled appeal, maybe a bit of an inside edge. Ireland are going through a big wobble here, and Paul Sterling just can't get the strike.
No, he's being kept at the non-strikers end. Pringle has the lone spinner in this lineup. Getting it to sort of skid on a couple of times and getting a little bit of purchase. Good start from him in his second spell.
Beautifully bowled. That is left arm spin and a dream. Campher looks all at sea.
That's a corker of a delivery. Dip, turn, bit of bite off the wicket. That's really gone.
Bounce as well. We haven't seen that kind of bounce an awful lot for the spinners. In fact, most of them have tended to skid it on. He's a tall bowler, isn't he? Campher gives himself room to finally get Sterling onto strike, but there's only 1 ball left in the over.
I think for the Netherlands going forward in the next month with their cricket, Pringle has all of a sudden become, he's probably their big key with Durham going out, sadly injured. No Roelof van der Merwe. Tim Pringle's got the ticker as probably the frontline spinner with Aryan Dutt, who's not been selected today. So a big month for Pringle's sort of international T20I career. And if he has a good tournament, the Dutch will have a good tournament.
You'd really expect him to play all 4 games, wouldn't you, as the frontline spinner. 8s have been bowled. It's a really good over from Pringle. 46 for 3 to score. Ireland's innings is just going nowhere all of a sudden outside of the power play. Those 2 overs, that little passage has really swung this game heavily towards the hosts, the Netherlands. Aryan Dutt, the reason he's been left out today, is that because of all those right-handers Ireland have?
Yeah, potentially, as we have a quick look at the Irish sort of, journey over to America. And obviously the Windies, if they continue on that first game against India. I can't wait for that. And I wouldn't put them past them, honestly. Play some of their better cricket. Watching them up close this week, they could easily beat India in the World Cup. Obviously Canada, and hey, credit to USA. USA will be going into that, obviously, in a bit of red-hot form. They've been Bangladesh again yesterday.
Yeah, Ali Khan was the man, wasn't he, at the end for USA. Remarkable, a first ever series victory over a full member in any format. Credit to the United States. Inside edge, fortune for Campher. Skew down to Van Meekeren at fine leg. Yeah, I think if you look at, obviously India, massive favourites over Ireland in that first game, but all those Indian players have all been out at their IPL franchises. It's a pretty draining 2 months that. They haven't played together much. They've only got 1 warm-up game as well against Bangladesh.
I think if it's a wicket that's got a little bit in it, it'll actually bring the teams quite closely together. I like the rounded bowling that Ireland have. And Obviously, they've got some seriously dangerous batsmen as well. It's not a gimme game for India, by no means.
And you just wonder, God, that could blow that group wide open if Ireland somehow managed to win that game. I think the Irish fans will be cautiously optimistic going into this World Cup. I've never seen the side as settled and as happy in, well over a decade since the golden generation, really 2012, 2013. Maybe it was a similar vibe. I think they could do something really special.
I think there's a lot of teams going into this tournament that could do something special and sort of upset the masses, so to speak. Delayed up, holding a sensational spell here for his country.
Funny thing about the 5-team groups with only 2 going through as well. You have all these weird permutations. You could win 3 games and not get in, because you could have a 3-way tie at the top with 3 sides winning 3 each, and then you could win 2 and go through if you've got a very good net run rate.
Tournament play can always be pretty peculiar, can't it? This is why net run rates probably doesn't get discussed enough. If you do get an opportunity to ram home a big win, you have to take it with both hands.
The thing I love about net run rate is that, okay, yes, of course, it's somewhat complicated in terms of its calculation, but in essence, it just means that every ball counts. Literally every ball in a win or a defeat, it matters. And I think some sides, I think you're spot on, they don't analyse it closely enough. With Scott Irvine in the Irish camp, the Irish team analyst, there's no way Ireland won't be looking at that and already be aware of that. They crunch the numbers hard in the rankings. They're acutely aware of where they need to be at. Paul Sterling in particular, he's absolutely up at 5 a.m. He's studying everything that he needs to do. So, yeah, I just wonder, could Ireland maybe squeeze through to the Super 8s? The Dutch will fancy their chances. It's more like it from Camphor, but just a single. It's a realistic hope for all 3 sides we've seen here of getting to the Super 8. That's amazing for European cricket.
It's amazing for European cricket, and obviously the associate plight. We know it's difficult. Journeymen that sacrifice a lot to play for their countries, and USA, what they've done in this series versus Bangladesh, I just think adds another layer of belief to everybody. This World Cup just around the corner. Yeah, I'll be parked up on the couch watching nearly every ball.
55 games. Absolutely brilliant, isn't it? Another good over from Deleda. The Dutch are really just tightening a grip on Ireland. Sterling hasn't been able to get as much of the strike as he would have liked. Difficult start for Camphor. Even though the 50's up, it's the Dutch on top. 50 for 3 the score.
Yeah, this game sort of just swung around a little bit. It was 42 for 1 at the end of the power play. The last 3 overs, 2 wickets only for the 8 runs. Obviously plenty of batting to come. Sterling still there as well. He does bat through. Imagine he'd end up with a pretty substantial total.
We'll see Josh Little back into the Irish side straight away. He's actually back in Dublin at the moment, just having a few days to himself, and very understandably 11 weeks I think he had on the road between the Afghan series and onto the IPL. And I think something that is difficult to get across if you haven't been out to India during an IPL, it is literally the only show in town. It takes over not just every part of daily life, it's just built around it. It's crazy. So he's having a bit of a break, but when he comes back in, where do you see Ireland going? Because obviously he's going to play. Is it Craig Young or is it Barry McCarthy? I think the other 10 are nailed on.
Well, that's probably a question that's better suited for you. You've got such an extensive background with Irish cricket. That's clipped away for another one. I mean, both players will desperately want to be in that starting 11, but it's a marginal call.
Yeah.
It's a very marginal call.
I think McCarthy has that extra yard of pace, doesn't he? Is that fair to say from what you've seen here?
I think McCarthy's been very impressive. Hits a heavy length, got a couple of change-ups. But yeah, that's a coach's dream and also a coach's nightmare. You have to make these big decisions. Also for the Dutch, one man we haven't seen who's now going, Saqib Zulfikar. I actually think he's going to add a lot of variety there as well. He could easily be played as the extra spinner and then come down and bat at 7, 8 or 9.
Dances down the track, more like it from Curtis Camphor. He got himself into a tricky position with 4 off 10. Has to hit his way out of it. Gets a critical boundary.
Yeah, lovely shot. Mid-off in the ring. I think mid-on was in the ring also. So Van Meekeren gets that one a little bit fuller. He comes down and pumps it away.
Yeah, really good from Camphor. Yeah, and a special day too for Barry McCarthy. We'll talk more about that in the second innings. 100 caps for him. A day he's not going to forget. Pembroke and Leinster Lightning man. Much like Logan van Beek, for me, is the talisman of the Netherlands with that brilliant piece of fielding. McCarthy, in many ways, when he's out there, he's a talisman for Ireland.
Yeah, Van Beek's leading wicket taker this week. Brilliant fielding there, saves a couple.
I love watching Logan van Beek, everything he does in all 3 disciplines. Such a good athlete, isn't he? Plenty of good athletes in this Dutch side, and I think for me that will be the one thing that all the Ryans, Ryan Cook watching on from India, Ryan van Niekerk who's here as the kind of stand-in head coach, Heino Kuhn too, everyone in the Dutch camp, they're going to be disappointed with their fielding efforts across these 4 matches. I think everything else has been pretty good, but really the fielding, by Dutch standards, not where you'd expect it to be.
It was sort of funny, wasn't it? As that second game versus Ireland, in the first 15 overs they looked elite and were on top, and then they had a bad 5-over spell in the field and let a couple of boundaries go through and ended up losing that game by a run. So a little bit of a dip in form fielding wise, but I think overall the bowling this week from Netherlands has been mighty impressive. I think they've got a very well-rounded attack and plenty of options going to the USA.
This could be a chance. Straight to the man. And I think it's a plan, because Van Meekeren, he points back at Michael Levitt. They spotted something in Paul Sterling, who just couldn't get the strike coming out of the power play. And that's the big one. That's the one they wanted. It's another very good-looking 30 from Sterling, but he can't kick on.
Yeah, massive wicket. Van Meekeren digs it in, a little bit of width. He times it pretty well, but he picks out Wesley Barassi, I believe, out there at third man. As soon as Van Meekeren took that wicket, he pointed to Michael Levitt, and Levitt had just come in from deep mid off into the ring. So obviously a plan has worked. Sterling has to go 36 of 27. You just sort of feel he lost the strike for a while there, and maybe lost a little bit of his mojo.
Just couldn't get on strike, could he? I think he probably faced 3 or 4 balls in 4 overs there, and all of a sudden Ireland are in a real tangle. We're going to have the drinks break. George Dockrell is coming out, 56 for 4. The Dutch, well, they are right on top.
Yeah, it's been an impressive comeback from Netherlands. It was 42 for 1 at the end of the power play. Since then, I mean, right in it, taking wickets in a cluster. They've lost 3 for 14 here, Ireland.
Get one more look at the dismissal here. I think where Sterling is trying to go, he's probably trying to go sort of over backward point, isn't he? But just that extra little bit of pace and bounce from Van Meekeren has ended up proving the downfall of Paul Sterling. Gone for 36. God, the Dutch feel heavier than 68% favourites to me with the position of this match right now.
This is what they're all playing for as well. Just around the corner, we've got Ireland, Scotland, Netherlands all highlighted there. It's an exciting time for all these teams going through the last bits of preparation before they go to the T20 World Cup.
Just 9 days to the first game. It's got to be less than that, doesn't it? First game's the 1st of June.
Not too sure. Actually, is it the 1st of June, game 1?
Game 1, USA, Canada.
Might be
Not
set.
sure about Vinny Sandhu's maths at the moment. Yeah. First game, 1st of June, local time. I think that's 7 days away. That's the way I'm looking at it. Can't wait. Cannot wait for every ball of it.
1 week to go.
I'll fly over to Dallas actually on Sunday. Really looking forward to that. Going to be there just for the 4 warm-up matches. I'm really looking forward to seeing that MLC stadium that they've done. It's amazing to think that they've converted what was a minor league baseball ground into a world-class cricket stadium.
Very curious to see the wickets. That's probably the biggest question mark going into that World Cup for a lot of these teams. They're all going to go over there and stare at these drop-in pitches, and fingers crossed they're good. Last ball of the 10th.
I think just New York though. That's the only one. Dockrell gets off the mark immediately with a nice drive for a single. Gets us to the halfway stage, 57 for 4. Yeah, drop-in pitches in New York. And as we do talk about that World Cup that's coming up, really looking forward to it. I think the batting wickets in Texas and in Florida will be excellent. We'll see high scores up there. But in New York's a big question. I'd almost be a bit more worried about the outfield because they've just kind of dropped that in too. I think the playing surfaces with the Australian expertise should play well.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, and obviously it's the teams that are acclimatised to the conditions the quickest usually have good World Cups. And I caught a little bit of the USA-Bangladesh series so far. I've been catching up on the highlights. It does look pretty good out there, and I just still can't believe that USA are 2-0 up over Bangladesh. It just goes to show more exposure for these teams, the more upsets. Soon enough, we're not going to call them upsets.
We've got to see it more and more. That's where you'll be able to watch it. I'm not sure why that's saying the 2nd of June. The first game's definitely on the 1st. I think maybe if you're in Europe, it'll have ticked past midnight.
So there you go. Technicality. Van Beek's back.
Yeah, I watched quite a lengthy press conference with Shakib Al Hassan this morning as well.
How's he handling it?
There seems to never be anything but drama in Bangladeshi cricket, does there? But obviously he's got all that experience. He's maybe one of the best players that certainly the Bangladesh have ever produced, maybe one of the best players in the history of the game, if you think about across all three formats in terms of all-round skills. Just a superb operator. The big thing he was saying was that there are no easy games in world cricket anymore. And he was very much, okay, it's easy to say it when you're 2-0 down to the USA, but there was a real conviction behind the way in which he said it. You could see he's feeling the pressure a little bit. A Nepali journalist out there, Subasu Mungain, asked him a question about how are they going to prepare for Nepal in that T20 World Cup, and he just momentarily forgot that Nepal were even in Bangladesh's group. So there's a lot going on as Dockrell drives this one very elegantly. Gives himself a bit of room. It's that extra cover to wide long on area. It's always down the ground for Dockrell. A nice shot for 4.
Yeah, brilliant shot. Just sort of breaks the tide of a couple of singles. Gave himself a little bit of room. Jumped to leg side of the ball. Timed it beautifully. This outfield's gone quicker as the week's gone on. So good batting there. Ireland had a bit of a push here in the last 10 overs.
I think the lengths to Dockrell from the quick bowlers will be interesting because we've seen him be targeted a little bit by the short ball in this series.
Sort of has the same sort of feel to when these two teams met a few days ago. So looking back, it was 6 for 83 after 13.5, and obviously not 6 wickets down, but that sort of feel. Netherlands will really want to ram home this advantage today.
Nice stroke from Camphor. Not the right length and certainly not the right line with mid-wicket up in the circle. That's an errant one from Van Beek with how good he's been all series, and Camphor gleefully dispatches it.
Yeah, brilliant shot. Great timing from Camphor. Over pitched, going down the leg side, just catches up with it and times it over Engelbrecht, who was in the ring. Gorgeous.
Not a good delivery though, real surprise one from Van Beek.
He threw his head back as soon as it got here. He threw his head back because he's been a bit of a metronome this week. He's been putting it on a dime. Last ball.
He's the leading wicket taker, 7 thus far in the series. I thought Chris Sole at points was outstanding, wasn't he? And for me, he was still bowling within himself. Him against England on a very pacey track at the Kensington Oval in Barbados. How exciting is that?
Yeah, there's so many good matchups and sort of storylines that we're about to witness at the World Cup. This has been the storyline this week. Ireland will win this tri-series, irrespective of the result today. Netherlands, though, big day for them. If they can go 2-2 in the series, they've given everyone a bit of game time, and they're still in the rankings hunt, for automatic qualification. So, yeah, plenty to play for the Dutch, and yeah, every single game this series has had a little bit of mayo on it. It's been very enthralling, and I think this game could be on for another close one.
It's almost gone exactly to expectations, to be honest, Corey. I really felt that none of these three sides would dominate. And even if Ireland win today, I don't think you can say they've dominated. They squeezed by the Netherlands by 1 run. They're absolutely under the pump here. I thought for much of the game yesterday, certainly the first 15 overs of the Scottish innings, Scotland were well ahead. Now Ireland dragged it back brilliantly in the last 5, and then the first 5 in the power play with the bat, they got away. But there has been no domination at all from the Test Nation playing against the two associates.
No, you're absolutely correct. It just shows how small the margins are these days. Pringle's bowled a pretty good spell here. He bowled 1 up top in the second over. Lone spinner today. Love to pick up a couple of wickets.
Good arm ball, wasn't it? Just skidded on, and Camphor, well, he didn't just expose his stumps, but that pad very nearly was struck first before the bat.
Oh boy, on another day that one sneaks through, and you hear Tim Butt gets his bat down just in time.
A very economical action, isn't it? Short run up, simple, mightily effective.
Yeah, massive month for Pringle. It really is. After having a year out, a severe injury. He was amazing during the ODI Super League at the back end a couple of years ago, bowling to some of the better batters in the world. It was a big find for the Dutch, unfortunately injured and missed out for a whole season. It's great to have him back bowling here and fit, as that's another dot ball. He's bowled a really economical spell. Last ball of the 12th over here.
Yeah, it feels a bit like Ireland start to need to go some. Tend to be very assertive and aggressive. That's another tight over. 12 have been bowled, 72 for 4. But surely they need to start finding some double-digit overs. 130, 140, is it going to be enough? Shouldn't be.
It probably shouldn't be. I still think 150 seems like the parameters this week, but it seems to be a little bit in this surface today. The seamers have been able to nip a couple back in. Pringle's got some purchase, so maybe 140, 150 does play, especially if the pitch continues to turn.
I think the other thing to bear in mind is the climatic conditions. It's definitely a bit heavier today than it was yesterday. There's a bit of talk of some rain coming later this afternoon, early evening. So just as well we have the 11 a.m. start today.
Yeah, I think we're very fortunate. I think if it was a 5 p.m. start, we wouldn't be getting a game on. So
we have had a few questions about that. It is good to clarify, because people are saying, well, why are you playing the last two games at 11 a.m., particularly on a Friday when we had such good crowds for the 5 p.m. starts? It's just all about the logistics. So for Scotland, they're actually flying to the T20 World Cup tomorrow morning
they've
from
already
London,
left, haven't they?
and they flew out last night. Back to Edinburgh. They have to get all their kits together, their bags and everything, get down to London for the flight over. As Kingma returns. And for Ireland, they actually fly out this evening as well. Now, they've got a couple of days back in Ireland before they fly to Florida. They'll take on Sri Lanka in a warm-up game. They just play one warm-up game, so they go out a little bit later. But again, just logistically, it's all kind of been squeezed in, but really good cooperation between the KNCB as the hosts, Cricket Scotland and Cricket Ireland. I think all three are pretty well connected, and it's been a brilliant series.
Yeah, it has been. I know the Dutch will be flying at about 3 p.m. tomorrow as well. So after today, packing day for most of the players, and they'll be raring to go.
Yeah, they've got a unique route too, don't they? They fly down to Dubai before heading across from Dubai, so kind of backwards to get forwards.
Not bad if you like your frequent flyer points. I think you get to add a couple thousand there, as O'Dowd does the mopping up at deep square, and they just get the single.
Well, one interesting thing about all the ICC major events, and it's equality now for the men's and women's as well, every single member of the squad, whether it's a player or support staff, they fly out business class. So for associate cricketers in particular, that's very rare. So I know I've seen my Instagram feed has been packed with Papua New Guinea players heading over with Nepal players, enjoying, you know, the little selfie up in the business class. They deserve it. They're going to a World Cup, and it's just going to be, I keep on going on about this, but it's going to be the biggest and best World Cup there's ever been. There's no way we're not going to see upsets, is there?
No, we're going to see a few. I think you've called 4. I'll up you 1. I'm going to say 5.
You're going to go 5.
I'm going to
okay.
go 5.
Well, I love the enthusiasm. Have you ever felt such hype for a tournament before? Again, just even as simply as looking at social media, it seems it's all anyone's talking about.
No, this is being hyped up, so just because it's 20 teams, it just feels like there's this extra sort of caveat to it now, because for years and years, it's pulled away nicely for another single. For years and years, I think the cricket fraternity, the fans out there have screamed for expansion. We have been saying it for years and years. If it's a World Cup, please give us more teams. And finally, a 20-team World Cup. And that's just, beggars belief a bit. So I didn't think I'd see this day that 20 teams would be playing in an ICC T20 World Cup. But that's what's given it this extra sort of pulse to it. I love it.
Yeah, the flavour of it's going to be so different as well with 9 associates. I just think of, I think it's 4 sides. I'll get that checked that could win their first ever World Cup game. Certainly, I think USA definitely. Oh, good from Camphor. I think he's got a good piece of this. Gets enough of it to get 6. He's short in stature, but he does so well out towards Rolla van der Merwe and Heino Kuhn there. A big 6 and maybe a momentum shift for Ireland.
Yeah, lovely shot from Camphor. It was back of a length. O'Dowd thought for a brief moment he had a chance, but unfortunately he couldn't get around to it. Heino Kuhn on the coaching staff doing the mopping up with Rolla van der Merwe, who's also joined the coaching staff. Great to see him on the network. Unfortunately, not going to the World Cup this year, but he's offered a lot in the last 6 weeks in Dutch cricket. Maybe that's the shot, Lenny, to get the Irish going a bit.
Definitely feels like a bit of a swing, doesn't it? And he's trying to back it up now. Cuts that away. Oh, brilliant from Camphor. Bang, bang. It's a 1-2 counter punch and a kick in the crowd. 6-6. Ireland starting to move.
Yeah, what a shot. Maybe one of the shots of the tournament. It was short and it was wide. He got every piece of that. Back-to-back 6s. Just gives it a little bit of a push for the Irish. It was short. He had to generate a lot of pace, and he did exactly that.
None for 36 for Kingma. I know that wasn't a death over. And I know he's working on his death bowling, but surely he's so good with the new ball. The Dutch have to start thinking about getting 3 of those overs in early.
Today he did to bowl 3 at the top. I mean, could you even say 4 at the top? It's pretty rare in this day and age, but I think you're correct. With the new ball, looks such more venomous than maybe with the old ball, something he's working on. And Edwards hasn't used a 6th bowler today, so interesting. Definitely some questions for Edwards going into the World Cup. Has Van Meekeren got to come back into the attack.
Nearly just out of reach. I think it's Engelbrecht, isn't it? Flying through the air. A cover that would have been spectacular.
You can't miss him with those bright boots. He's probably one of the most agile fielders I've ever seen. Diving to his right, that would have been a hang-up.
This would be a good angle, this. Oh! So nearly. No timing at all from Dockrell, was there? It's Engelbrecht there. Yeah, certainly I get the sense that Ireland are just changing gears here. There's a shift, isn't there, momentum?
Yeah, it's taken them some time. They had to build a bit of a partnership, get the blood going and running between the wickets, and then a couple of boundaries have sort of come through. That loose ball from Logan van Beek, they got clipped over the leg side. That's when the shift started, I think, and then those 2 big sixes have helped it. The other day, Netherlands had Ireland on the ropes, and a couple of errors probably cost them that game. Here's a big opportunity, but they need a wicket. They need to break this partnership.
So a quick shout out to everyone in the live chat. Vinny's a bit better at keeping up with us than we are, but if you do have any questions for Corey or myself, get them in there. Love this comment from Faisal Hassan. He says, if Bangladesh wins over Netherlands, then that will be an upset. Not if the Dutch beat Bangladesh.
It's actually not a bad shout, to be fair. I think it'll be, if we had the supercomputer for Netherlands versus Bangladesh, what would you say it is?
Oh, look, Bangladesh are favourites, 100%.
100%?
But no. Like probably 60, 65,
40.
65, 35, okay. I would say. You and I would quietly fancy the Dutch because we know them so well. No timing at all from Camphor. Won't be able to get back for the second either as Pringle does the fielding. But that's not to say that the reason, if you kind of describe an upset, I think the best and fairest way to do it is you're beating a side above you in the T20I rankings.
Yeah, that's fair enough. So Bangladesh will go into that sort of game versus Netherlands as favourites, but boy, I think they might be surprised about this Dutch team coming over. It's got a lot of confidence in the last few years. These two batting beautifully at the moment, really ticking along.
You wonder how Bangladesh's rankings have been affected by those defeats to USA as well. Edged and edged, oh, just wide of a flying Scotty Edwards. Misfortune for Van Meekeren and 4 for Dockrell.
Oh, sometimes it's your day. Lady luck does play a part in this format. Thickish edge. Edwards, he's a tall keeper, Edwards. He can get left and right quite far. Just couldn't rein this one in.
Again, you can just see every time Dockrell looks to hit, where's he looking? It's always straight down the ground, isn't it? So I think when you go fuller to him, he's going to take you on. He's particularly with mid-off and mid-on up in the circle. And Van Meekeren's next one won't be as full, it will be shorter. Yeah, short indeed. Is Dockrell just happy to chip it into the leg side for 1. 6 to go for Ireland, 97 for 4. What are they hunting down here, 150?
Well, the way these two are going, I'm going to say 160. They came together at the 9.50s at 56 for 4. They're going at 10s together, and they're doing it pretty comfortably. So if they go at 10s for the next 6, we're looking at maybe 157. This is what we've been talking about, that very first game, Netherlands versus Nepal, Netherlands South Africa, Netherlands Bangladesh, and finally Netherlands Sri Lanka. And then, if you do make it through, the Super 8s on 19th of June begin. And yeah, that group, that is wide open. That is a really wide open group.
For me, it's the group of death. I've said it consistently since it first came out. I think all 5 sides on their day would be capable of beating each other in that group. Maybe the one caveat I'll say to that is I would make Sri Lanka heavy favourites over both Netherlands and Nepal, purely because of the X factor, the mystery they have with Hasaranga, Theekshana, and then Patharana too. I don't think many will be able to cope with that as a really poor misfield. Oh dear, it felt like a couple, didn't it, to Pringle? But he's just almost run over it. Very casual, cost 2.
These are the little margins at this level that can't happen. Pringle, he made good ground to it, but he's probably gone a little bit too far, if anything. And yeah, he's given away 2 extra runs here. It was nicely timed. Let's have a closer look. Maybe a bit casual, you're right, Lenny.
Well, that's poor. That's a really poor piece of fielding. There's where Dockrell loves it. Downtown. Ireland starting to fly. Just maybe one bounce in front of the rope. It's 4 to Dockrell. Ireland flying here.
These two have just put on an amazing partnership. They've come out at a time of trouble. They've already put on 49 in quick time. Almost a 50-run partnership now. And well, it looks like Kingmar's going to come up in the ring. He was at third man. Now they're going to move mid-off back. And that supercomputer's now gone back to a genuine 50-50.
Yeah, and it all of a sudden feels like all the momentum's with Ireland. Amazing how quickly T20 cricket can turn it. It felt like that bang-bang as the 50 partnership now comes up. The 6-6 from Camphor just swung the game on its head.
Yeah, it's an impressive display because 5 overs ago we're talking about the Netherlands have them on the ropes here, but a 50-run partnership in quick time as well. They've done it in 5.4 overs, so credit to these two. They've got an opportunity here, the Irish, to put up a pretty good score on this surface, it feels.
Clipped into the gap between the two fielders, but deep mid-wicket does really well to keep that to 1. Good movement out there from Engelbrecht.
Just goes to show this Irish team, they bat extremely deep and they've got many match winners. Not just Sterling and Balbirnie, who probably get a lot of the headlines around the world. They've got a very impressive middle order, lower order. Extremely talented with the ball as well. More players finding form at the right time.
Yeah, I think all of the batters all the way down to number 9 really fancy themselves as out-and-out batters who can impact a T20I. And I think the thing that's been so notable, particularly under Paul Sterling now, has been that almost all-out aggression, continued aggression, whatever the situation. They just back themselves.
Yeah, they do, don't they? You're seeing it right now firsthand. They're in a precarious position, but right now you'd say they're pulling away a little bit. Last ball, the 15th.
Yeah, this is off the top edge, but I think he's got it a long way behind square, so he'll be safe with fine leg up in the circle. Deleda almost delivering that one angrily, wasn't he? Bit of frustration for him. He's gone round the park and that over. 2 for 20 from his 3 thus far. 15 bowled. Ireland have a launching platform. 5 to go. 110 for 4.
Yeah, well, look, if you're going a couple of 10s to finish with 5 overs to go, minimum 160 on the cards here. Still Delaney in that lineup, Adair. Plenty of batting to come. Only Sterling at the top clicking today. Wasn't to be Tucker's Day or Tector's. So they'll go back to spin. And look, hindsight never loses, but looking at the surface and what I've seen from Pringle today, I think Netherlands rued the fact that they didn't have the 2 spinners.
Last 5 overs. Ireland have really turned this game on its head in no time at all. You have to remember they were 56 for 4. 57 for 4 at the 10 over mark, so they've really accelerated rapidly. Just a short break in play. Here's a look at the groups again.
One team I'm really looking forward to have earned their stripes is Uganda. I think a lot of people will be shocked when they see that country's name there in this sort of group of 20 teams, but they earned it with that famous win over Zimbabwe in Namibia. And what an exciting time for the Cricket Federation over there to go to a World Cup. It's a marvellous story, isn't it?
Brilliant story. Going to do this on the fly. You're going to try and work out how many teams could be hunting their first ever World Cup win. USA for certain.
Uganda.
Papua New Guinea for certain. Uganda for certain. Those 3. Oman beat Ireland in Dharamshala famously, so not them. I think I'm just trying to think back to 50 over World Cups of Canada won matches. They've been at plenty.
Canada have.
Okay.
The 50 over World Cup. Remember John Davidson, the opener?
Oh, spot on, 2003.
2003. There you go. That's back in the almanac. He was opening the batting and sending it all parts. I think they beat Bangladesh back then in 2003.
They did. You're spot on. Poor old Bangladesh.
Oh, sorry. We do have a lot of Bangladesh viewers, and we do love Bangladesh.
We keep on getting stuck into them, don't we? Okay, so we think it's 3.
Just 3 then, because Canada definitely have one that I know.
spot on.
Yep.
That's I suppose they're hunting their first T20 World Cup win.
Correct.
Their first appearance. Smashed back down the ground by Dockrell. Look at the power. Look at the muscle. Look at the aggression. Oh, this is brilliant from Ireland's number 5 and number 6.
What a shot. This was slowed up from Pringle. It actually spun a bit, and he just hockey slaps it straight. That is a remarkable strike. 4 to the total. These two, well, they're looking in red-hot form.
Now he goes round the corner. Not an area you see Dockrell ever really attempt to hit. He's got this amazing ability, doesn't he? Whatever the length, whether front foot or back foot, to hit straight.
Yeah, he's a very talented batter. He's raced to 31 off 19. Camper on 36 off 27. This partnership really blowing out of control here for the Netherlands.
Pringle does well to get that in under the bat, doesn't he? He followed Camphor nicely.
He's bowled well today, Pringle. Just nothing in the wickets column. Only 17 off his 3.3 so far.
Now some innovation round the corner. Will just be a single. You see that shot played with 2 men behind square in the offside. Why does a batter go to that?
Well, I think he's going with the spin, going away from him. And players these days are very, very good at getting it up and over. So that one sort of came off the bottom half of the bat. They're not afraid to chance their arm.
Again, Dockrell goes down the ground. I think he's maybe got this into a nice area to take on a second. Not sure that's the greatest piece of fielding either from Vikramjit Singh. Not sure the throw went to the right end. 2 and a double teapot from the bowler.
Yeah, Pringle a little bit frustrated there. It's been a very good spell. Just hasn't been able to pick up a wicket. I think he feels that shouldn't have been a 2. Last ball for him today before we see him again, probably at the World Cup. Well bowled. Well bowled, Tim Pringle. He can say he's done his job. 4 overs, none for 20. Just couldn't pick up a wicket, but he's definitely got something out of this surface. The score at the end of 16 is 118 for 4. And, oh, it gives me great pleasure to welcome back Vinny Sandu for the last 4 overs. Vinny, you've been watching intently. What a partnership.
Yeah, great rear gun action. And crisis can turn into opportunity, and it does for these two to, I suppose, try and get something going with the bat. 118 for 4.
They've done it twice now, Ireland to the Netherlands. The other day it was 6 for 83, 83 for 6, and a really big last push got them to that 150 mark.
Again, it's just that not overvaluing wickets. It's simple to say, but also it takes a lot of bravery, I think, to play shots before you're completely comfortable, especially on a slightly unknown surface. But yeah, I love that kind of the brute power. I mean, that slap back last over, that was absolutely pounded, wasn't it? Van Beek still has 2 to bowl. He's going to bowl over number 17. This is full, it's straight, and it's out. And right on cue, I come in and mess up this partnership. Camphor goes for 37, 118 for 5.
Van Beek's having some sort of week. That's his 8th wicket for the week. He's leading the bowling charts. I think he's only bowled 1 bad ball today. It was clipped away for 4. Just seems like he's at the top of his powers, and he takes an important wicket here. The Dutch needed that at the end of a really marvellous partnership.
Keeps it simple, doesn't he? Kind of goes deep in the crease. You're looking to get under something, but just didn't have that length to work with, didn't he, from Logan?
Yeah,
The
brilliant bowling.
The breakthrough comes. This will be Gareth Delaney coming in to bat at number 7.
Warm round of applause for Camphor. 37 off 30. He started the rear guard. He'll be disappointed not to enjoy the last couple overs, but a good innings.
Yeah, kind of gets them to the happy hour. I suppose 5 wickets still in hand. We've talked a lot about that Irish batting lineup being long. I think you get right down to Adair still to come, for example. He's been in pretty good nick as well. McCarthy after that. And then you're down to the 2 specialist bowlers, I think, in Young and Ben White.
So Delaney makes his way to the middle, facing Van Beek, who, well, this week, Vinny, actually, he's got 8 for 67 this week, and his economy's under 5. A standout performance from him. He'll go to the World Cup with a lot of confidence.
Netherlands noses ahead after that wicket, 52%. Got a good contest on here. Just Blazers with soft hands first up, Delaney.
Feels like that all week, hasn't it? It's been to and fro. All these teams looking like they could beat each other at one time or another.
And that's what you'd expect out of this tri-series as well. These teams seem to match up well against each other. And I know that Lenny said he was expecting that all teams to have a win and all teams to have a loss at the end. Well, Ireland haven't had a loss yet. Right now, they're locked in a bit of a coin flip in match 6. This one gets past the inside edge of Delaney's back feet, not really going anywhere.
Yeah, Van Beek looks like he's got his rhythm up also. Once again, took 3 for 13 the other day in a losing cause against Scotland. He'd love to pick up another bag here and go on with the win today.
Yeah, Van Beek, they like him at the end. I mean, he'd love to bowl in every phase, really. He's adaptable.
He's sort of one of those bowlers that you just feel like he can run through a brick wall for you. He'll
Yeah.
just go and go and go. Very talented bowler. And, don't discredit him too much with the bat as well. With the bat coming in late, he's done some amazing things. What he did to Jason Holder. In that super over.
What a moment.
Was it all 6 deliveries went to the boundary?
Yeah, and in 50 years' time, they'll still be talking about that.
Correct.
There's not too many things like that in Dutch cricket that you could say. I remember that win in the T20 opener at Lords, for example. That's another one. You know, generations later, we're still talking about that, if you want to call it a generation later already.
Yeah, what Van Beek and Pringle offer the Netherlands with their bowling, but also that late order hitting, what we saw from Pringle the other day at 7 and 8, it's definitely something they'll might have to rely on in the World Cup, where it could get very tense and very tight in a lot of games. Dockerell's back on strike now. Last ball of the over. Be interesting to see if he tries to take this on or happy to work a single here.
It's full. It will be kept in the infield. They won't even get a run there. So Van Beek is helped out by his fast bowling partner Van Maker in there. And after 17, it's 119 for 5.
I think he was having a bit of a laugh with some of the boys out there. He's pretty happy with his work.
Brilliant over from Van Beek. Let's welcome you into the commentary box, Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo with Corey Ruckers. Great to be back in the box. And yeah, loving the kind of toing and froing of this contest. And the short form cricket, it is short, but there's still time for these ebbs and flows. And we've seen plenty of them this week.
It's been the story of the week. The ebbs and flows in nearly every game. Only the one game where Scotland sort of got away a bit and beat the Netherlands. But in every other game, I think each team at stages thought, oh, we're ahead. And then all of a sudden, 20 minutes later, you're behind. So it's been interesting.
Yeah, well, if you like short form cricket, you'll find plenty of it here on ECN. In fact, coming up tonight, Group B getting underway. Rangers versus the Coimbra Knights. The hosts will be on the park for the first time. And Rangers, their first ever ECN matches. Join Phil tonight. And that starts 6:30 in Central Europe, which is 10 p.m. in India. So you've got cricket around the clock in 4 different venues today on ECN. Here's Van Makeren, who keeps the ball, bowls over number 18. Nice little cut from Delaney. Gives a strike back to Dockerell.
Yeah, Delaney gets off strike, which is pretty handy at the moment. So Dockerell is ticking 33 off 22 for him. Van Beek's got 1 to go. You'd imagine he'd bowl. They still have to find another over. Potentially Buster later, I think. Might get the nod there. So, big finish. There's a 158 the other day. I think it was the Scottish, it was Watts. Maybe he went 6 and a 4 in the last. It got to 151. We thought that was a good score. Ireland would love a little push here at the end also.
150 predicted at the moment. Fraction short. Into the bat job here. I think of a second right there. They're spooked by the early throw from Kingma.
Feels like Netherlands got camp at just the right time. If he had kept going for a couple more overs, it could have been that 160, 170. Feels like that's a little bit far away now.
You talk about the double click, right? When you got 2 batters up and going. And they kind of had that double click going, but now just feel there's a bit more on Dockerell. Just having to nurse Delaney along early in his innings. Gone. Slight change of pace, Delaney. Feeling for the ball, Van Makeren pouches another one, and Ireland 6 down, 121 for 6.
Talking about the ebbs and flows and the topsy-turvy nature of this tri-series, it's happening again. 10 minutes ago, Ireland, like they were going to hit everything around the park. A couple of wickets, Van Makeren with the off-cutter into the surface. Look, That's probably one of the easy ones off your own bowling, and he's not going to drop that one.
Yeah, sometimes bowlers can misjudge these, thinking they're coming quicker than they actually are. But Van Meekeren, well, he's never going to drop that. And so disappointment for Delaney, 2 off 6, but maybe not a bad time for him to step aside. Mark Adair will replace him. So it again shows the depth in this Irish order. But as Delaney walks off for 2, Ireland 121 for 6.
Well, if there's one man they want to see the back of, it's Mark Adair. How fantastic was that innings the other day when he came in right at the back end, 49 off 24, 7 4s and 2 6s, striking at 204. Single-handedly, you feel, won Ireland that game from a precarious position. He gets an opportunity here with a couple overs to go. And he looked in a rich vein of form. See if he can imitate it here.
Yeah, Adair. Interesting to see how he approaches this. I think if in doubt, you take the aggressive option. I think if it's there to hit, you hit it. I don't think you need to be too concerned about losing your wicket. I know it wouldn't look great if they're 7 down, but Adair's a genuine all-round threat. It's a good ball first up from Van Meekeren. Love to see these skills being employed. That Yorker's it's a pretty good get-out-of-jail ball anytime, isn't it, really?
Yeah, it really is. Since the Camford dismissal, Vinny, just a previous over, we've had about 7 dots that have crept in. So, good sort of finish here for the Netherlands. They'll be saying, can we keep them in the 140s? That'll be a good job. I think if Ireland do get 150 plus, they'll be ahead with their just noses ahead maybe in the second half.
Goes very short ball. Doesn't quite climb high enough to be called a wide.
Yeah, marginal. A little 2-card trick. Yorker then the bouncer.
He's very tall though, isn't he? That probably means this is...
Oh, I don't know. It's
jumping.
I know he's jumping there, so for me, it's from a standing position. I think that might have got away with that
It's
one
a couple
also.
really that have been borderline. As long as the umpires are consistent, I suppose that's what you want. You do get your bouncer. I suppose it's reachable, but the letter of the law, probably a wide. Full toss, gets hit, but Vikram, he tries to make a play on it, but he can't. Maximal! But it was the old bouncer attempted Yorker, but it goes horribly wrong for Van Meekeren, who gets hit out of the ground. 127 for 6 after 8.
Oh, that's a bit of a coach killer. You've bowled a good over, you've created the pressure, and then a juicy full toss to a man in good form. Just needs to hit the deck outside off stump there. It gives them 6 free runs. And at 127 for 6, it really feels the last 2 overs have quite a bit of importance on it. Dockrell 34, Adair 6 now.
It's one of those ones, still got to put that full toss away. It's one of the longer pockets of the ground here. It could have easily created a wicket, but in the end, makes solid enough contact to get it over the outfield. Van Baker's going to come back to bowl out. As we say on ECN in T20 cricket, it all happens in the 19th, and he's going to bowl it.
Yeah, it'll be Van Beek followed by Delator. And, well,
reminds me
as a fan.
Reminds me of a story, actually. The dog story is not one we'll tell here in this broadcast. Looking happy enough. Looks like I've just cracked the bat there, Adair.
How many bats do you think these cricketers carry these days? +5?
I think +5.
+7?
But I think it does go down, though, as you go down the order.
Okay. So what does the number 11 carry? 2?
3.
Still pretty good for a number 11.
Pretty good. I had 1, and luckily playing with a lot of professional players, I was pretty good at pilfering. And when I broke my 1 bat, I had to call out the name of the guy whose bat I wanted. So anyway, here we go with over 19. And it's cracked by Dockrell. I'm going to take on the 2, and they'll get there just well judged by Adair to get back.
I'll tell you what, that was closer than I think a few people thought. Van Beek was alert there to the running. In the end, they do get back for 2. Let's have a closer look.
I think he's home by about a step. Let's have a look.
Closer than you think.
Yeah.
Good work from Van Beek there.
Yeah, improvised really, didn't he? It's a pretty good throw. Again, well judged. Big open spaces here. Square of the wicket, VCC. Good Yorker. Great death bowling from Van Beek.
This is where, as a deep mid off, deep mid on, deep mid wicket, the three hot spots, you need to be very alert to the running between the wickets, the opportunities that could come.
But if you've got confidence that your bowler can hit their spots, then you're probably not going to have that many travelling that quickly to you. Then he's forced to just kind of jam it out.
It's more the ones that are sort of getting dropped on the inner ring where you have to come charging in to try and stop the two.
It allows you to kind of be a bit more attacking, maybe get a bit more off the rope to try and save that two if your bowler's hitting their length. Van Beek has been pretty good at in the last couple of overs he's bowled. Liking the hat in the background there. Some of the spectators enjoying this game. Again, right up in the block hole from Van Beek.
Yeah, he's been in a rich vein of form this week, Van Beek. Leading wicket taker. There's Tim Pringle. He's doing sort of the leg work at deep mid on.
Yeah, if you can go run a ball from here, Netherlands just go at a run a ball. 140 seems a lot more manageable than perhaps the 150 you might see if we do get those 3 or 4 boundaries in the last over and a half. There's a bit of length on this one. Two's the call straight away. It's just not there though. Good attacking fielding out there on the boundary.
Yeah, Engelbrecht at deep mid wicket. He's absolutely lightning across the turf, so just the single. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting chase for the Netherlands. I think the other day when they kept the Scots to 158, I thought that was more than adequate, but the top order just failed. No doubt in the lineup. I think they missed him. Today's a different day. That power play in the second half is going to be so crucial to the context of this game.
Litmus test for the batting. I think last chance to play on the continent before they head off. Does put a bit of length on this one, digs it into the pitch.
I don't think that was one for the over either. Maybe it was. Have to have a closer look. Dug that one in.
It was kind of borderline, wasn't it? I felt it was about shoulder height. Let's have a look. Yeah.
Tough one. Good to see. A lot of the crowd has started to trickle in to the morning fixture.
This is picked up and it's set. Oh, that one could go into Viv Kingma's backyard. Maximo! And here come the retrievers. Oh, what a strike that is. End of the over, 138 for 6.
I just can't see the back of it there. What a shot. That went miles. It's his second 6, and, well, there's a souvenir for a fan out there.
But it shows you the difference when you get it even slightly wrong at this level. Because Van Beek's been so good at nailing that block hole. There was a bit of length on that, drifted into the pants, and he was sent over to the clothesline.
I'll tell you right now, Ryan van Eerkerk, Heino Kun, Ryan Cook will just look at the last ball of the 18th and 9th, both going for 6, both loose deliveries. And, oh, it just hurts you as a coach. 138 for 6, 1 over to go. It's going to be Delata, who's bowled really well today. He swung the game back in Netherlands' favour earlier with 2 wickets in the over of the 7th. He'll finish up here, and we've got a very interesting game on our hands, Vinny.
Delata will finish. So just the 5 bowlers used. You mentioned they just played the one spinner, which is pretty rare for this Dutch 11. Low full toss. Again, they probably want to here to Vikram. He has to move to his non-preferred side. They will get back for a couple.
Yeah, definitely an easy 2 there. It was well timed, quite straight. So nothing that the Netherlands could do. 140 up, 5 balls to go. 2 a ball gets them to that 150 mark. Dockrell, 40 off 27.
Lifted up, and that's going to find the hole, and it's over the top. Maximo! Dockrell's turn to get in on the action. And Delata just drifting a little bit towards that leg stump, and he's sent out of the ground.
Yeah, it's a half volley, step hit. Dockrell's not going to miss out on that. He's in. Seeing them like beach balls currently. He's got to 46. Came in at a difficult time, and he's really batted beautifully. One more boundary away from an international 50.
Gets a bit of length on this, and it's going to go the same way. It will be 50 for Dockrell. And a Maximo to bring it up. Delayed going the journey. His 50 comes off 29 balls. 2 towering sixes back-to-back and 5 fours for George Dockrell.
Oh, what an innings from him. 52 off 29. Big smile on his face. You can understand why. He's gone through the tough times in the middle order here when the team was on the ropes a bit. He's batted through and played a very good innings of substance. The Netherlands just at this back end, a couple of half volleys, a couple of full tosses, and they're paying the price.
150 comes up with that strike as well. Hasn't been a straight line to get there, but again, the Irish depth showing that they're very, very capable of kind of picking up the pace in the final overs. That's the first wide of the whole innings. I haven't had a wide or a no ball until that point.
Yeah, 3 sixes in the last 4 balls, Vinny, and all of a sudden the scorecard looks completely different.
We talked about, can you keep it 140, low 140s. That was an over ago.
Yeah, crazy.
Just blown out a little bit. Now you're looking at potentially 160 territory. It's an interesting one. He does creep across a little bit, and the new regulations say that once he moves over there, that line should move and stay moved, even if he moves back. So it's a 50-50 call.
Yeah, maybe still just a little bit too wide. Not easy for an umpire also to get the lines right there. 3 balls remaining. If Ireland go bang bang, another 2 boundaries in these 3 balls, they'll be very happy indeed.
Slower bounce this time from Deleda. Again, the want to. At this stage, though, they feel it's not really worth risking one of these hitters for a run that might not be there. Ireland have just put their noses back in front.
So it's actually only Dockrell's second T20 50, Vinny, so a special moment for him. It's been a while since the last one as well, 33 games ago.
No full toss, but timed pretty well. Should be very comfortable this time to Engelbrecht. I think his batting obviously has come along as his international career's progressed, and obviously now batting the top 6. But also, you've got to think about situationally in T20 cricket. There are plenty of games where, if things go to plan, you shouldn't be in a position to face enough balls to get a 50.
Yeah, he's come a long way. Dockrell with the bat, obviously. Last ball this first innings. Been an interesting affair. Can Adair hit another boundary?
157 plus this. Goes down the ground, and that will be a boundary to take them past the 160 in the end. 161 for 6. Another last ball of an over goes to the boundary. Netherlands, they had their moments, but they're still going to be chasing a few. 162 will be the target.
Yeah, just that last push from Ireland gets them up to a very competitive total. I think 161 gets them ahead a little bit in this. Can the Dutch openers and that top order get firing? We've got a very interesting encounter on our hands here at VC Vorberg. Well batted to Dockrell. He was the standout batter of the first innings. He came in at a precarious position. He ended up on 53 not out of 30.
Yeah, 56 for 4 at the pretty much the halfway point. And then at rear guard action, Dockrell and Kampfer taking them up and over the 100 with a partnership of 62. And then that last partnership as well with 40 in pretty quick time. Just 2.5 overs for them to take the score, 121 to 161. But let's go back to the beginning. How about that for a start from Sterling? It was an authoritative stroke. He walked at Kingma and put him through the covers along the carpet. It was take cover time there. And over here, a little bit of the Dutch ballet as that one went begging. Vikram wasn't able to hold on. For Balbirnie, though, it's never quite got going. He went for 5. And Sterling, well, he had played some beautiful strokes on the way to 36, but just kind of got starved of the strike. In the end, he got out, and this innings took on a little bit of a different feel. That was some brilliant fielding out there by the youngster as well.
Yeah, it did take on a little bit of different feel because Sterling sort of got a bit stuck at the non-strikers end. He batted well for his 36, but in the end, couldn't go on. But this was when Bustelator changed the game a little bit. He came on, he got Tucker and Tector in quick succession. Netherlands started to pull away. This was absolutely plumb easy decision for Rizwan Akram. And at this stage, Vinny, we thought, well, Netherlands, they're pulling away.
Yeah, well, they were, but they still had Sterling there to deal with. So as long as he was there, he felt that he was a big threat. And Sterling, in the end, he just opened the face and offered an opportunity. That one was taken, so 56 for 4 in the 10th over. You can see it's great when a plan comes together. But this partnership was very, very important in changing the fortunes of this Irish innings as Camphor was able to put on 62 with Dockrell. And they were scoring them pretty quickly as well.
Yeah, they were going at 10 and over together as a pair. Really good batting. These were the 2 shots over the offside that both went for 6. Lovely strike. As they desperately needed a wicket. Edwards trying his best, sprawling to his right, couldn't get a glove on it. Delator was brought back, some lovely timing and a few sort of fielding lapses started to come in during this partnership. 62. It was clean striking. This partnership really set up the back half push, didn't it, Vinny?
But it was ebbs and flows, wasn't it? That was amazing. You described it as a bit of a hockey shot, like a flat bat smack, which rattled the fence, but Van Beek came back, he's lion-hearted, got one full and straight and was able to trap Camphor. Delaney came in, wasn't really able to move the needle too much, never quite found the pace, I think. And Van Meekeren pounced him, caught and bowled, but then Adair came in, and this partnership of 40 and 2.5 overs just puts him maybe slightly over par in an innings that was kind of coming and going.
Yeah, that 40-run partnership in 2.5 overs, and I think if the Netherlands were to look back at what they bowled in those last 2.5 overs, they'd be mighty disappointed. There was a couple of half volleys, some step hits, and a couple of full tosses they could put away. They just missed their line and length a little bit. Maybe going too death bowling, just could have bowled a heavy length for a while and kept changing the pace.
Yeah, you know, I think it really shows you at the top level if you miss by even a little bit. And there were plenty of Yorkers that were nailed. It was just like the 1 or 2 that weren't quite right. They went the journey, didn't they? Looking at the scorecard, bright start from Sterling with 36 off 27, but he fell around the halfway point of the innings, 37 for Camphor. But the top score was George Dockrell with his second 50 in T20 international cricket. 53 off 30 with 5 fours and 2 sent over the rope. Adair, handy little cameo for him at the end, 19 off 8. Camphor, of course, and Dockrell, the real key partnership there. I think that's why Ireland get to that 160 in the end. 2 fours for Van Beek, Van Meekeren and Delator in there. Say Pringle, though, he was pretty good with the ball, the most economical of the bowlers, going for only 20 off his 4 overs. So we'll take a break and we'll be back in just a few minutes. The hosts will be hoping to reverse their batting fortunes in particular. They'll be chasing 162 to close out this series with a win. Ireland can remain undefeated if they can defend this 161. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo for ECN on a huge day for European cricket. Corey Rucker's with me and more of Andrew Leonard as well when we return to the Voorburg Cricket Ground for more ECN T20 International Tri-Series right here in the Netherlands. Hello and welcome back to the VCC ground here in the Netherlands, just outside The Hague, where the home side are in action today. Netherlands about to embark on a chase of 162 for victory. Ireland 161 for 6 in their 20 overs after being sent in by the Dutch skipper Scott Edwards. Match 6. And the final match of this T20 International Tri-Series. Winnie Sounder here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Joining me for the first phase of this innings is Corey Rutgers. Well, the Dutch didn't really impress with the bat last time out. They'll be hoping to reverse their fortunes here.
Yeah, it wasn't their best batting performance last time, but it's a new day and they would have moved on from that. They're going to have some work cut out for them, though. I think a very competitive total in the end from Ireland. That last little bit of a push in the 2.3 overs of 40 runs really got them up to a competitive score. Those two men in your screen, they need a good power play. Levitt and O'Dowd. O'Dowd back in the lineup today. I think they missed him a bit the other day. Obviously 3 early wickets. I know that he's been going into 30s a lot recently, but sometimes you take that. Today's the day maybe he can go on for a big score. For Ireland, obviously, they've got plenty of bowling options. They'll feel that they're slightly ahead, but we've got a long way to go, Vinny.
Yeah, there's been plenty of ebbs and flows in this game already. I'm sure we'll have plenty more coming your way. Great to have your company on the European Cricket Network today, no matter where you're watching from around the world. Bit of a red letter day for us at ECN as well, with 4 different locations being broadcast in this 24-hour period. So let's rock around the clock. And Ireland hoping to defend this total and remain undefeated with 3 wins and a washout in their 4 games. 2 outfielders allowed in the 6-over power play. Both pretty square. There's a fairly square third back, and there's also a deep square leg.
Yeah, it's a bit of new age sort of T20 plans, isn't it? Cover the square boundary. So we're ready to go. First ball
Adair
to Levitt.
Yep. First one strays onto the bat slightly, and sort of strange kind of wrong-handed type of fielding there from McCarthy. But it's actually a big day for him as well, playing his 100th cap today for Team Ireland.
I think he just lost his footing a little bit as he twisted and ended up stopping with the left hand. Keeps it to a single.
It's probably 2 there if they've been wise to it. But just a single taken. So our first chance to have a look at O'Dowd back in the lineup today.
Yeah, first ball to O'Dowd. Can he get going?
Leaves the first one alone. A little bit of a way nibble there from Mark Adair.
Yeah, definitely got that to go in the air from the hand. Bit of a way swing. O'Dowd playing his cricket out at Kampong these days. He's looking for a big score here today. He's looked good for a pair of 30s so far in the series. Love to get going again, maybe turn that 30 into a 60 or a 70 for his country.
Plays this with soft hands. It's a very tight single, but Levitt was backing up and makes it fairly comfortably.
You got to trust your partner, don't you? Levitt called it through straight away and poaches a single there. I think a lot of players would have been rooted at the non-striker's end. So
Yeah,
both openers off the mark, always a nice feeling.
Obviously, we brought cricket of varying standards here on ECN, but one thing at the amateur levels of the game, the running between the wickets, you can see the difference here at the professional level with just the basics there from Levitt. Couldn't believe there was a single there, but he's backing up. And again, that trust, that's a good word used, the trust there from O'Dowd to say, okay, if you think it's a single, then I'm taking off and I'm running. So often, I suppose in ECS cricket, we see batters kind of overruling each other.
Deep backward point to come up. Fine leg is now back.
Oh, did a bit there, didn't it? But also he kind of makes an early decision to wander down the track here, Levitt. But we have seen sideways movement, particularly when that ball is brand new.
Yeah, Levitt's not going to die wondering. He's an aggressive batsman, loves to get on with it, but he's just been beaten by a bit of a corker there. Looked like it decked away and a little bit of movement. So good signs for Adair's getting this ball to talk.
Monica, watching from Colombia, says that she loves Ireland's consistency in the series. I suppose that's the reason that they're still undefeated. Bit of respect here from Levitt. Adair's having a brilliant series though, isn't he? No matter what he does. Even that little cameo at the end was excellent.
I guess player of the series will have to be selected at the end of today, and you'd have to imagine he's in the talks or in the reckoning to win it. A lot of pressure on this opening pair to deliver a good power play. I think they have good understanding together. Levitt's been in good form domestically in the last few months also.
Bites in a little bit to Levitt, who's looking for two. He is lightning fast. This time he's happy with just the single. A little bit of perhaps glove or a little inside edge on that to take him back on strike. And at the end of the first over, it's 3 without loss.
Yeah, 3 without loss. He got that last ball to come in a little bit. This is what is sort of just around the corner. We're super excited. The 3 teams that have been showcased this week, all in separate groups, obviously, and yeah, they've all got a red-hot chance to get through.
Yeah, obviously, got slightly different challenges, but I think they can go in very, very confident. It's been a great hit out this week, no doubt. They'll also have a couple of warm-up matches before they hit the group matches proper.
Yeah, you're right, Vinny. It has been a great hit out. McCarthy with the new ball also. Similar sort of field, that deep backward square and that deep backward point.
Thick inside edge, and that's going to go away for 4. So Levitt riding his luck early.
Yeah, Levitt definitely trying to get on with it. Doesn't go in the direction he wanted, but a French cut, 4 runs nonetheless. They know, I think, the Netherlands, that outside the power play, it's not going to be too easy against a very talented bowling lineup. They desperately love 50 or 60 off the first 6.
If you're going to get this 162, probably going to need a little bit of luck along the way. You want the luck on your side.
Got to have luck in this format, don't you?
Slip in place. Here in the second over, it's the captain Sterling in that position. Pulled away, and actually hits the artificial turf, so it's going to skip on. It's going to test the field if he does well to pull it back just inside. Good running though from Levitt, who gets 3.
Yeah, lovely shot from Levitt. Back of a length, you're right. It actually landed on the artificial, so it gained pace, and it'll get a handy 3. No doubt we'll be back on strike, but good signs early for the Netherlands. Brilliant fielding, that's one thing this week. The Irish have been outstanding in the field, haven't they?
Yeah, fantastic work. That's Adair, who's just bowled an over, by the way.
Yeah.
Still incredibly professional.
New age cricketers, if you're a fast bowler, back in the day, fast bowlers, maybe their fielding wasn't spoken about much, but these days, if you're a fast bowler, you've still got to be able to field with the rest of them.
Definitely. That's that professionalism we talked about. There is McCarthy. Big day for him, actually. There's a reason for that. So for McCarthy, it's actually a really great story about how he first kind of got into the setup, and he was bowling as a net bowler in England, and they said, well, you need to be playing for Ireland if you're eligible. And today is actually his 100th cap for Ireland, so it's a huge day for him. Congratulations to Barry. I know that he's very, very popular around the circuit. It's a big milestone. Not many players get to represent the country, even fewer.
Yeah, 100 caps over formats, and congratulations, Barry McCarthy. An absolute honour, a really nice gentleman as well, and I'm sure he's very proud.
Nice moment when he was handed that cap before this match, and now he's dealing on the field. Gets that one to kind of hold its line and go past the outside edge of Levitt.
Levitt will be a little bit disappointed on that one, I think. There was a slight bit of width on offer. It looked like he was trying to elevate it over the offside and that cover region instead of going squarer with it. He's sort of ticking here though, Levitt. He wants to get on with it. He wants to hit a couple of boundaries.
Look at those percentages. Very close to an even coin flip. McCarthy searching for this initial breakthrough again. There's going to be 2 here. Running between the wickets has been top class so far from the Netherlands.
Yeah, brilliant running between the wickets. As soon as he hit that, Levitt knew that deep square had a lot of sort of ground to make. We always talk about in cricket circles, if you can drop it on the inner ring, on the inner circle, usually you'll get back for 2. So good running. He's a strong man, Levitt. He's quite burly, strong build, but he's very quick.
He's lightning across the turf. But against those fundamentals as well, the way he turns, the way he backs up. Does the little things well. pretty tight over, with a couple of exceptions from McCarthy, who goes for 10. And the Netherlands 13 without loss after 2.
Tidy start by the Irish bowlers so far, and also the Netherlands batsmen. So just talking a little bit more about McCarthy. I know we had that lovely graphic that came up here. So 1 test, 45 ODIs, 53 T20Is, and 1 List A game at a 2018 World Cup qualifier equals 100 caps.
Amazing. Again,
Pretty
to
exciting.
experience all those formats in an Irish shirt.
1 test getting them over the line for the 100. A special moment for him, and a special moment for the Irish cricket fraternity.
Max O'Dowd hasn't had too much of the strike so far, just the 3 balls. He's got a dare steaming in towards him. They want 2 again here. This time they won the first one. They look for it, not quite there in the end.
Yeah, O'Dowd, a couple of singles to start his innings, looking pretty compact. For operating with this is quite interesting, Vinny. They're actually operating with a fine leg and deep forward square leg. Basically saying that, look, we're going to bowl stump to stump.
Yeah.
We're going to try and bring in a couple of modes of dismissal. They can't offer much width. You've got 5 in the ring on the offside.
I think it makes sense with a new ball that's doing a little bit sideways as well to bring in the stumps into play. And you can see the line there from Adair bowling to his field. They've got 5 infielders on the offside. So I suppose one tactic that Levitt might be thinking about is giving himself room and just trying to get the ball over that inner ring.
That is one thing Levitt does like to do. He likes to go leg side of the ball and try hit it over the offside, but it's a high risk sort of operation. If you do miss it, you're out.
You can see there open spaces on the offside in the outfield. So Adair probably can't afford to give too much width. Goes the bounce, so this will be the one for the over. It's another one looked pretty high to me, but they haven't let a few of these go today. What's your call here?
Wide.
Oh, that has to be a wide.
I reckon they've missed a couple today, the umpires. It's 3 or 4 that should have been called. Also, talking about players, Paul Sterling, if Ireland do get through to the Super 8s, he'll bring up his 400th cap.
Unbelievable. We talked about that the other day. Can you imagine? 400 appearances.
It's a lot.
Showed his class earlier today, didn't he? Again, just cramping for him. Do have 4 fielders on the leg side, but 2 of them are those 2 outfielders.
I think what we're noticing here is that the Irish sort of fast bowling brigade, they're just so difficult to get away. They don't often bowl loose deliveries, and right now they're going stump to stump, getting a little bit of purchase, and they're covering the long side of the boundary. So as a batsman, you actually need to take an educated risk and maybe try go straight or inside out, but that's not an easy shot. And still, again, backward square leg and deep mid-wicket to O'Dowd now.
It's a bit early, and the ball's doing a bit. You're thinking maybe ramp here?
Not for these 2.
Stands up and pulls and gets it just over the mid-on, does O'Dowd.
Well, yeah, sorry, Vinny. There's a sign of intent. Didn't really get it out the middle, but he'd get 2. So that's one. He's backed away a little bit to create room for his arms so that he can get some leverage on the ball.
He backs away, but he keeps his options open. I think that's what good players do as well. They'll have a shot in mind. Obviously, he's backing away, probably trying to open up that offside, as you said, but it still was able to execute a pull shot with the ball followed him. Quick load, everyone in the chat as well. A lot of great discussions happening in there right now. This one beats the inside edge. Maybe a little bit of nip back from Adair, who's been very tight early. And after 3 overs, the Netherlands 17 without loss.
Yeah, opportunity missed on that last ball. Everyone up on the offside. Just any bit of bat on it. Even splicing it through the gap could have been 4. Steady start from Ireland. Netherlands, really important 3 overs here in the context of the game, Vinny, because of the surface where Pringle was getting a bit of purchase. And they've obviously got Dockrell there with the ball. You're going to see Ben White with a bit of spin. Delaney. Just sort of feel that these 3 overs have a big impact on the game. If they don't lose a wicket and go 10-10-10, get themselves up to 47, game on. If they only stay a runner ball, it's going to take a lot of hard work in the middle overs to stay in the game. Looks like Craig Young to come into the attack now also.
Heavy length first up, but even that's a good run. I think the reason they're kind of hanging in this chase early and still around the 50-50 is they're running between the wickets, and that's, for example, rather than just kind of plonking it out, taking a dot, soft hands, getting through, turning the strike over.
Yeah, the running between the wickets has been impressive, but boy, they need a couple of boundaries here just to steady maybe some nerves. 8.55 isn't insurmountable, but we've seen this week it's been pretty difficult for teams to chase. Good to see Young with the ball in hand. Oh, hello. That's a rip snorter, Vinny.
Yeah, I think that's one you're just happy to still be there if you're O'Dowd. What's that really jump off a length?
We haven't seen anything all week climb like that. That is just, you don't want to be a batsman sometimes.
Plays it pretty well in the end, I think, to drop the gloves. And just pure reactions there from O'Dowd.
We've seen some skid through the week and stay low, but we've not had any rear up, and that's the first one I've seen really kiss the wicket and go. Well bowled.
So he walks at it, and it's a pretty brave shot from O'Dowd. It'll bring him 4.
Well, they have to go, don't they? Brave batting from O'Dowd. He gets a length he can work with. Yes, he ran at it. Everyone in on the offside. So if you do get battled and it flies, you're going to get 4. I just think this next 2.3 overs, more of that. Be brave, good batting, and take the 4 runs.
Yeah, that's one way to, I suppose, deal with an unpredictable bounce. If it is unpredictable, maybe it was just a one-off delivery, but tries to get closer to the bounce of the ball there, O'Dowd, by advancing. Now stays at home, clips it away. So the boundary pretty much takes things to a genuine 50-50 now.
I still think there's a long way to go. They need a good 2.2 overs. 50-50. I think Ireland's still with their nose ahead just because I think the spinners will get a lot of purchase. But we do have another good game on our hands, that's for sure.
Young was tried at the death the other day as well. Did a reasonably good job. Don't think they'll go a third over for Adair. They like to keep him normally for the end. Oh, that's an amazing shot from Levitt, who just shimmies down the wicket and clips it away over the leg side. Maximal, the first one of this chase.
There's a bit of that Levitt power we've been talking about. He showcased it in Nepal. A remarkable 135 and a couple of 50s to start his international career. Gave himself room. The bowler followed him and he just chipped it nonchalantly for 6. What a shot.
Pure timing there from Levitt. You can see why they like him at the top. Backs away, chances his arm again. A couple of fortunate moments for the Dutch in this over. O'Dowd got a rip snorter. That one goes straight over the stumps. And it takes us to the end of the 4th over. Netherlands 29 without loss.
Once again, these two putting on a little opening standard. I think these two do bat very well together. The Netherlands missed O'Dowd the other day. 3 early wickets. He hasn't maybe scored the big runs that we accustomed to, but he keeps getting himself in, which is a good sign as a batter. And these two seem to have a good sort of understanding between the wickets. So maybe today's the day that one of these two can go on and hit that 50 or 60 and get their team in a winning position.
You mentioned Levitt gets this opening slot, knocking the door down with runs in that Pro Series.
Leading run scorer last year in the top class. Good in the Pro Series. He's been in a rich vein of form. McCarthy again.
O'Dowd lifts him up straight back over his head, and that one is going the distance. Maximal, what a strike from Max.
Well, there's some of the Max O'Dowd power we've come accustomed to over the years. Over pitch from McCarthy for the first time. He's just chipped that for about an 80-metre 6. What a shot.
Brilliant swing of the bat. And I think McCarthy knew straight away that one wasn't coming back. It's kind of full circle calling Max again. He was the player of the series in our first ever ECN tournament, the European Cricket League, in 2019, playing for VSC Rotterdam. Again, good running. Scramble through for a leg by.
Hope McCarthy's okay here. He's just taken a bit of a tumble and gingerly getting up. And with the World Cup around the corner, the last thing you want is an injury, but I think he's okay.
Yeah, it wasn't really a kind of slip. It was more just didn't find his feet the way that he wanted.
I thought he went to grab his leg, and then have heart and mouth moments. Obviously, everyone on the plane to the USA and the Windies in the next couple of days, but thankfully he's okay. said previous over, they needed a good little finish here, and they've just found a couple of boundaries, have the Netherlands, which will sort of steady some nerves.
This one worked away to the leg side. Again, they're looking for two. Just the single in the end. Netherlands pulling ahead by the numbers, but still a lot of cricket to play. We did see their batting kind of fold the other day. O'Dowd makes a big difference being back up there
I just think
at the top.
He's a steadying head. He knows the game inside out, O'Dowd. He's a lovable character, but actually he spends a lot of time analysing the game as well. He really goes into like the depths of analysis on opposite bowlers and things like that. So good to see him back at the top of the order here. Love another couple more boundaries.
Mid on, mid off, still up. That's a little edge and a bit of luck for Max O'Dowd. And pocket of suerte as that one will find the boundary.
And we've seen that a few times, and with everyone up on the offside, he's just going to throw hands here, and if you get a little edge, it's going to fly. So a good partnership blossoming here for the Netherlands. Game on at VC Voorburg. There was just that bit of width. He would have preferred it to go through the covers, but he'll take 4 nonetheless.
Yeah, and they were slip curious, weren't they, a little bit earlier in the opening stanza when we saw Sterling in that position. But now they've got a little bit more defensive, packing that offside ring. That's why that one finds the boundary.
We've got a good game on our hands once again, Vinny. What a try series this has been. I hope we can do more of these in the future with these 3 countries. 2 balls left in the 5th.
Intelligent batting from O'Dowd. Picks up another single. Now the computer's telling us very quickly that 2 times out of 3 from here, the Netherlands should chase these down. I do think spin will play its part, though, in the middle overs. We'll see how that affects this chase. Levitt. It's moved to 19 now. Last ball of the 5th coming up. Backs away and McCarthy tries to follow him but still misses him. That'll be a wide. That'll be bowled again.
Yeah, I just think that these two do have that nice understanding together. They put on 68 on the opening day when they beat Scotland. Against Ireland, they put on 39. Just seemed like one of those pairs that both sort of go together well. Right now, they're getting their team into a very good position. Still 7 balls left in this power play. If they can take the next 7 balls for, say 12 to 14 runs, they'll be very happy indeed.
I think difference today, O'Dowd just seems to be hitting him better. Just looked a bit out of nick in that first game. Dropping some thought of a run, but a quick no shuts it down. And at the end of 5 overs, Netherlands are 43 without loss. Let's welcome you into the commentary box as we're enjoying the action from here. Hopefully you're enjoying it at home as well. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Got Corey Ruckers here with me, and it does sound like we've got the dulcet tones of Cluck Norris, one of our top ECN fans as well in the background. A little bit of an agricultural feel to this ground as well.
Yeah, it is a beautiful piece of land out here. We've got some beautiful paddocks on the side. You've got the athletics tracks on the right, and obviously great spot for the fans to come. There's a couple of train stations nearby, so everyone comes down to VC Voorburg and enjoy all the live action.
Pretty as a picture. My view is hopefully that in a generation's time we'll have grounds like this all over Europe. Obviously the turf pitch is great, takes a lot of resources and expertise, and obviously the pitch has played pretty well this week for these internationals. Upcoming events here, there's plenty of them. May Madness, still a week to go in May. We've got internationals coming from Estonia tomorrow, as well as internationals from Romania. We'll have the T20 finals day here on Sunday, and our first ever trip to England. We'll be at the old Blighty on Monday morning. Here's Delaney. We do see spin for the first time injected still in the power play.
I like this option from Sterling. Spin last over the power play just to try and change the pace of the game. I think the recipe to success for Netherlands will be how do they play Delaney, how do they play White, and how do they play Dockrell if he bowls. If they play the spin as well today, they probably go on to win. It's going to be a big trial and a test for them though, because this pitch has offered a bit of turn today.
One more slides in. But I suppose what they've done by kind of keeping pace in the power plays, they've kept that rate at around that 8 and over. That's a kind of rate where you can kind of work it. You can maybe even get 8 without scoring a boundary in and over, as long as you don't chew up any dots. Back away and miss.
You can see it just skidding through as well. Delaney's pretty quick through the air. Levitt desperately wants to get it through the offside. Deep mid-wicket and deep mid onto the 2.
Yeah.
Boundary. Clever captaincy from Sterling. Just to take the pace off in the power play. Very wise.
You can see what Levitt was thinking. No outfielders to the left of screen. He'll hit this straight and he'll beat the mid off, and that will go for 4. But just a fraction short that time. Levitt reads it and hits it down the ground for a boundary.
Yeah, what a nice shot that is. Back of a length. And, well, mid-off was a little bit wide this time, and Levitt read the room perfectly. Pumps it straight for 4. Gorgeous cricket stroke. Delaney, a little bit disappointed. Dragged that one down.
Keep the field the same. A little bit more pitched up, maybe a fraction slower there from Delaney's clever bowler.
Yeah, he's very wise indeed. So last ball of the power play. Interesting contest. Netherlands probably winning this power play.
Takes it down the ground. Dockrell comes in and he drops it. Oh, did all the hard work there, George Dockrell. Takes on the fielder and somehow wins Levitt. Well, takes us back to the last time he was out there in the field. But that's a big moment, isn't it?
Oh, wow. He made good ground. And at this level, Vinny, that's a bit of a sitter, really. He gets to the ball quickly, and it just bursts through the hands. Levitt with a massive life. Note that one down, because he's not the type of cricketer you want to drop.
Yeah, he was pretty stable there as well. Dockrell was kind of gliding to the ball. Just misjudged it at the final moment. So end of the over, 49 without loss after 6. It's the end of the power play, so they are going at that 8 and over, which is the required rate to pull off this chase. Looks like Ben White will operate from the other end, so they go to spin and spin in the 6th and 7th. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Joining me back in the commentary box now is Andrew Leonard.
Yeah, great to be back with you, Vinny, and really excited. Going to be my final stint to the series. The game, well, unless Ireland do something special coming up, it's going the Dutch way.
Bit of a drag down first up and put away by Levitt. He's riding his luck all the way to the bank. Not the start that White was after.
And one thing I'm going to be keeping my eye on for the coming overs is what is George Dockrell's reaction. Well, look at him out there. He looks absolutely aghast at what he's done. The last person you want to drop is Michael Levitt. Every run he scores from here, very much be like a dagger into the heart, won't it, of George Dockrell. There's no worse feeling, I think, in cricket. After you've dropped someone, all you can do is hope that somebody else gets them out.
Yeah, we have seen a few drops in this series. Levitt, probably the one that comes to mind in the earlier game. That's history now, as they say in the classics. And White is going to try and break this partnership with his wrist spin.
And if there is a chance for Ireland to turn this game, it will be this period now. You think about overs 7 and 8, and actually George Dockrell might get a chance at redemption. He's warming up right now, so I expect we'll see him coming on in just a moment from the City end. This is sliced away towards Dockrell. He's not going to be able to get there. It's 4 more. The runs keep coming for the Dutch. Very much in control here.
And the 50 partnerships come up as well for the Netherlands now. I suppose compared to their first opening partnership in this series, just think O'Dowd's been a bit more fluent here. Levitt maybe hasn't hit them quite as well as he did in match 1, but good enough. He's still there, scoring an acceptable rate. Been really impressed with the running between these two. That, for me, is the difference between them going at kind of run-a ball pace and the 8 and over that they are travelling at the moment. Into 7 overs, and the Netherlands 58 without loss.
70-30 the supercomputer reckons it as. I think that's probably
pretty fair. You might make it 75-25 with the way these two have started. And Ireland, they're going to need wickets. They're going to turn to a sixth bowler very early here. George Dockrell is going to come into the attack. McCarthy expensive on his 100th cap. He'll have a chance to come back. Just switching his fielding position. McCarthy coming into the bottom of your shot there, switching with Mark Adair. So Adair will be in that key position at long on.
A bit of breaking ECN news here. We've hit 400,000 subscribers. That's something that we've been talking about for quite a while. Obviously, a fair few eyeballs on this series being on the network. That's a bit of a milestone for us. So big thanks to everyone that's chosen to subscribe. And if you love cricket and you love things for free, you've come to the right place. We have more than anyone. Here's Dockrell in the 8th. The first ball was hit right back to that position where he did grasp that chance just moments ago, but Adair cleans up this time.
Yeah, there's a really weird feel to the weather all of a sudden, Vinny, isn't there? It's almost kind of a mist that's kind of coming across the ground. It feels a bit heavy. Could well be rain coming, you would suspect, later in the afternoon. Interesting, Ireland are going so much heavier on the spinners. Big difference in opinion between the two captains as to what's going to work.
Yeah, it's an interesting take on it. I would have thought with the conditions and the fact that this pitch has shown that it seems around a bit. I like the idea of pace early, but I don't think the paces late in the piece have been quite as effective compared to the spinners.
2 is the call immediately. McCarthy picks up well, but can't prevent them getting back for the second. Oh, the Dutch, they really have the bit between their teeth today, don't they? This is a golden opportunity. Think about those rankings.
Yeah, I just think they've been hustling. That's the word I'd use for this first 7.5 overs.
He's just kept a bit low. It's almost grubbed along the ground. And Harry Tector has done really well, despite slipping. There's a few of the Irish fielders, they've actually sent Fionn Hand, who's the 12th man out. They've sent him to go get kind of one of those brushes to take the grass out of the spikes. Not the first slip we've seen today.
He did well to kind of still hand it off and almost creates a run out there. Hits the cutoff man. In this pitch, we saw one really take off. Now we've seen one keep a bit low. I think when we're back for the KNCB T20 Finals Day on Sunday, we'll be using another strip here at the VCC ground. I do want to encourage all of our viewers, by the way, tune in on Sunday because that will be fantastic. The top 4 clubs in the Netherlands go head-to-head.
Really good. And the top class, by all accounts, from all the Dutch players you chat to, continues to be a really good standard.
And they'll tell you, it's the oldest continuous club competition in the world. The KNCB are very proud of that.
Yeah, it's a great stat, isn't it? End of Dockrell's first over. 7 come from it. 65 for none the score. Ireland just going searching for a wicket. Where's Paul Stirling going to turn next, I wonder? Still haven't seen Harry Tector with the ball at all against Pakistan. We're now in this tri-series. Just wonder, does he offer that something different? Instead, it's going to be Gareth Delaney, I think, to bowl the next.
You can see how Ireland had those little kicks, didn't they? Kind of 10 to 15, and then towards the end, Adair came in and was a good partner for Dockrell. Camp obviously doing some of that heavy lifting in the middle. Stirling got them off to a good start. Just kind of left on the shelf a little bit, didn't he? Now we'll see Delaney switching up to the paddock end for over number 9. Well, this one chipped back and just a bit high and to the right of Levitt. Of Delaney, I should say. Levitt will get a single.
Something's got to change here. What Levitt's shown us throughout, albeit his embryonic movements here in international cricket, is that when he gets in, he tends to score very heavily. So looking forward to seeing him at the T20 World Cup, and can he do it kind of up that level? It's remarkable to think he's just 20. I think I told this story already, but when he debuted out in Kathmandu, and the Dutch boys told me he was 20, I literally couldn't believe it because he's so broad, he's so stocky, he's got the frame of a guy in his late 20s, early 30s. And he's got all that power, but this time it's mistimed. And it's straight to Harry Tector, who shows George Dockrell how to catch it. And George Dockrell will be the most relieved man in the Netherlands right now as Levitt does fall.
No doubt about it. Just takes on the outfielder and loses. Goes slightly across this, so he's not completely in control of the stroke. Interesting that this is the option he takes. I don't think he's trying to go that square. I think he probably intends originally to hit it pretty straight, but it just comes in inside half of the bat. Simple catch, take it out there, deep into wicket. So the opening partnership is broken. Levitt goes for 39 at 67 for 1.
And now all of a sudden we're going to have that test. Can new batters come in and score at a fluent enough rate to keep the Dutch on top of this game? Even though they've lost Levitt, they are still on top. It's Vikramjit Singh who comes to the crease at number 3. And certainly, he's probably played one of the only 2 innings where a batter's gone right from the off. Himself and Mark Adair have been the 2 ones. Everyone else has taken 5, 10, maybe 15 balls to get going.
He's played some brilliant strokes in the series, principally in that first knock. Vikram's classy operator. Seems to have found a home at 3. They kind of dabbled with the captain Edwards in that position earlier in the tournament. Also left-hander, so I think that's a positive as well. Forcing the bowlers to adjust and readjust their lines makes the matchups a little bit more different. Slip in place as Vikram gets ready to face Delaney, the successful bowler.
Just love this from Paul Stirling. It's easy to say it. You know, you should be on the hunt for more wickets after getting one, but sees it through. You're actually often with Delaney not being a massive turner of the ball. He'll often challenge that outside edge of the left-hander, just getting one to skid on. So Stirling is hoping for a little feather of an edge. He'd love to go bang bang, make it 2 in the over. Tector does well, saves a single.
Yeah, a bit of a flashpoint in the game. Netherlands still ahead, but you always just feel new batter, especially starting to spin. You can kind of put the choke on a little bit. They've got mid-wicket in, covering, trying to save those singles.
Really nicely bowled again. Delaney's had an exceptional couple of months with the ball, but he hasn't been used a huge amount. Gets us to the end of the 9th, 68 for 1. Signs his batting's coming back. I know he didn't get many today, but signs his batting will be a real asset over in the United States. Can't wait to see how those pitches are going to play, Vinny, in both New York and I think New York in particular because of the drop-in nature. But in Florida, we know it's high scoring, and what we tended to see in Texas during Major League Cricket was high scoring too. Well, my telepathic signal to Paul Stirling has worked. Look who's going to have a bowl.
Ah, well, yeah, I was curious to see how they juggle their bowlers. You talk about the fact Delaney hasn't bowled a lot. It just shows they've got a lot of options. And so we will see Tector for the first time in the series rolling the arm over. I think it's a good thing for him as well. I know he's missed out with the bat in this series. Obviously, he'll be disappointed about that. And so gets a chance to impact the game in a positive way here. Gets the opportunity to bowl a fairly new batter as well in Vikram Singh.
He actually hasn't bowled at all against Afghanistan, Pakistan. So nearly squeezes through from his first delivery. Or here in this tri-series, his last bowl was in December. He bowled in both games 2 and 3 against Zimbabwe and Harare, bowling 1 over for 10 on both occasions. But it was his numbers earlier in the year in Harare that really turned some heads. 4 overs, 2 for 17, 4 overs, 2 for 22, 4 overs, 1 for 14. He was maybe Ireland's best spinner on that tour of Harare. And he's been in plenty of bowling action in the Bangladesh Premier League earlier in the year for the Sylhet Strikers.
Interesting that he stays around the wicket here for the right-hander, so maybe just trying to make the most of that kind of a cross angle, so potentially he can straight one down the line. But I do think he's trying to force them to hit offside. Does have that area pretty well protected to the right-hander. Now the lefty, Vikram Singh back on strike.
And the thing I like about his bowling is it's he is a part-timer. I'm not saying he's always a full-time bowling option. The thing I like about it is Singh is a big hack across the line, lucky to survive this one. He gets a lot of extra bounce compared to the other, particularly Ben White and Gareth Delaney. You can tend to skid them on, so he's got a really high release point because he's got some of the longest arms you'll ever see. His wingspan goes right down beneath his pockets, really long
he's
arms.
a real string bean, isn't he? And so he's a different kind of spinner.
And I think 1 or 2 overs a Tector in a T20I is a really good option. I've been surprised not to see him for the last few months. He's showing his value here. Just 4 singles from his first 4 deliveries.
He's had a solid start. I think part of the reason also that he stays around the wicket to the right-handed O'Dowd, he doesn't want O'Dowd taking him up and over the leg side and create that angle in. So he's trying to create that angle away instead. A bit more of a traditional approach, right arm around to the left-hander. Bring the ball in and potentially turn it away if there is any turn in this pitch.
Again, good captaincy from Sterling. The reason he's on, left-handed to the crease early in his innings. Get the off-spinner into the game. Big appeal. Height is the question here. Maybe just angling down as well. Tector was certainly interested.
Beats the inside of the bat. It was a long way back. I mean, I can understand the height being a little bit of a concern. Let's have a look at it side on. Didn't look like it was going over. It's a very good shout.
I don't think there was any bat involved either. I think if anything it might have hit 2 pads. It'll be a couple to round out Tector's first over. I think that was 2 from that, not 1 correct. So 74 for 1, with 10 having been bowled halfway through the chase, and they're not quite halfway to where they need to be as we welcome you up to the commentary box. We've got a little bit of matching purple here today.
And we are very matching. And I want to say happy birthday to you for the last time. I have to mention it because you're still getting a lot of birthday love from all around the world.
I haven't seen that, thank you.
And there's got a bit of love here from some of the critters in the cube as well. But I want to say it's been a pleasure having you here this week. I know it's our last stint on together. I know that you'll be moving on, and I know you're actually heading for the World Cup as your next port of call.
Sorry, lots of questions I'm getting on social as well. Not heading out in the main commentary panel, sadly, but very much looking forward. Going out for the 4 warm-up games in Texas. I've never been to that stadium, actually, the converted minor league baseball stadium that's now going to host a World Cup. It's incredible. So that's in Grand Prairie in Texas. I think you fly into Dallas and maybe a little sort of 40-minute journey down the road.
Well, you never know. We've seen some late changes to the team squad, so you just never know. I hope. Don't wish anything on anyone.
Maybe down the line. Not yet,
visa issues and all these things I can see. Maybe they're going to get caught short somewhere. I don't know. Maybe someone's going to lose their paperwork. Maybe we'll get you on there.
A great panel being announced today. 39 commentators. Amazing.
Really exciting tournament to go to, especially in a place where there is there's this ground level support in all these kind of disparate places in the US, and the idea of maybe uniting them behind their national team. Let's just hope it's a real success.
What's going to fascinate me is the crowds for the American games. Firstly, will they be sellouts? And secondly, I guess what will the makeup of those crowds be? Are we going to see only expat fans coming, or are we actually going to see, some stars and stripes up in the crowd, people really getting behind success? That's what America's all about. If they're good at something, successful at something, they kind of throw everything behind the stars and stripes. And if they can get some wins, they've just beaten Bangladesh twice. Extraordinary. It really is.
There's more registered cricket players in the USA than New Zealand.
Yep.
There's a little bit
by a distance as well.
A little bit of a stat. And of course, you can catch it live and free on ICC TV throughout most of continental Europe. And of course, that's getting underway, depending on how you judge it, either on the 1st or the 2nd of June.
Yeah, it'll be Sky Sports in the UK and Ireland where you can watch it, but if you're on the continent of Europe, I think in almost every territory in mainland Europe you can tune in for free, which I think ICC Europe's been a big part of that, alongside the main central media rights team in Dubai. And it's a good move, isn't it? You're not going to get, I don't know the name of the main German broadcaster, but you're not probably going to get mainstream German television showing the World Cup, so make it accessible.
Yeah, I think it's a really good move for sure. And I'll be watching it from wherever I am, although I think I'll be in Portugal for the last week of the night series, so I might have some free time during the day to watch it as well.
I'll tell you what I'll be fascinated by, actually, Vinny. You must message me when you get down there during the tournament, is how much the players who were playing on your network at the time, how engaged they are with the competition. Are they watching all the matches? Are they cheering on the associates?
Yeah, well, certain commentators, let's not mention them by name, but let's just call them Corey. He's been known to have the games on in the background. And sometimes he forgets which game he's calling, but that's okay.
Well, I did
Especially when the Dutch are on, actually.
I did see our brilliant scoring team who've done a fantastic job here this week. I did see them watching the IPL the other evening. I think it might have been in the build-up because there were 5 p.m. starts, the game might have been finished. But I did notice that.
Then you see things like next batter Rohit Sharma going in the scoring software. And hold on, got to remember which one you're scoring, which one you're watching. Right now you're watching a bit of a classic loading. Netherlands just being brought back a little bit. Delaney continuing. Vikram puts it up over the leg side, but just kind of plops into a gap. It's mishandled out there, but won't be able to get back for a second run. So a bit of indecision from the two batters. Yeah, great to have your thoughts as well. And yeah, just announcing we've gone past the 400,000 subscriber barrier. It's something we've been creeping up on for a little while.
It's awesome. 1 million subscribers one day. How cool will that be? What year? Have you estimated it? Have you done the curve?
I mean, with this exponential growth, I mean, it could be quite achievable. And I think this only helps this kind of a series that puts ECN in front of so many more eyeballs.
Just want to pick up on one thing here. You can see Fionn Hand. He's the 12th man today, and that's that little brush. I think he's actually been lent it by the head groundsman here, Tom de Groot. Really nice touch from him. But just it is a little, I don't know, it's a bit damp or something.
Yeah.
And he's running around and helping the players with that. Just a big shout out to Fionn Hand. I know he's going to be devastated. It looks very strongly. I suppose we can't preempt it, but it looks strongly like he'll miss out on that World Cup finalised squad. They'll stick with the 15 that they've named, and Graham Hume will kind of get that 15th and final spot over him.
Yeah, I look at an example in the Dutch side with Viv Kingma, who was unlucky to miss out on the 50 over World Cup squad last year, but you know what they say in the classics, don't get bitter, get better. And he's certainly impressed when he did get on the park the other day. And if he does miss out, I'm sure that'll fire him up to do what he needs to do to crack the squad next time around.
Beautiful shot. That's really one of the shots of the day. It always looks more elegant as a left-hander, doesn't it? And a lovely flow and a rhythm to that as Vikramjit Singh gets to double figures. It's 83 for 1.
That's a classical shot. Vikram hasn't really looked himself so far, but I love the stride down there. Kind of gets really low. Not sure about the foot fielding. That's probably not something that you should be attempting. But in the end, the boundary puts Netherlands back in the driver's seat.
There's Fionn Hand again running on a helmet this time. And for Lorcan Tucker, in fact, taking the helmet off, so it means that we're going to have pace back in. There is the standings. Ireland are going to win this series no matter what. They'll want to win it and stay unbeaten with 3 from 4. The Dutch will want to inflict their first defeat on them this week. A lot to be played for in the last 9 here. The required run rate just nudging up. This feels a bit closer to 50-50 than Ireland being the underdogs that the supercomputer is currently saying.
Yeah, true. Yes, Fionn.
Yeah, Neil Rock as well. We haven't seen any action from him, nor Ross Adair, as Young returns to the attack. Oh, that's a nice pickup shot, isn't it, from Max O'Dowd? It's picked up all the way for 6. It's just that angle. Sometimes Young, when he drifts that little bit slingily towards the leg side, it can be picked up quite easily. What a stroke.
Yeah, so this is partly where I think Tector was trying to get around the wicket to Max, trying to take this kind of shot away from him. It was a different kind of a bowler. That was beautifully timed. And I think Max will be pretty happy. He gets off 30, which has been a bit of a bogey score for him. Just missed twice on that score in the series.
Yeah, 30 and 33 were the 2 scores, so he'll want to get out of the 30s. That's what he'd like.
That's right.
Definitely would. He really, he's not looked himself, he's not looked overly fluent, but what a good sign it is. He's striking up over 150, and maybe there's a sign that we're going to see the best of Max O'Dowd next month.
Yeah, well, I mean, they get back down in the low weights now, don't they? And I think they're fairly comfortable there with wickets in hand. And they've got a pretty big batting lineup as well, pretty deep batting lineup.
Still think I go back to that point of no one scoring quickly right from the start, though, Vinny. Singh hacks this towards the man, just short of him. Gareth Delaney does well. His ground fielding's been excellent this week.
But if they could get O'Dowd in particular, let's say in the next over or two, and then a new man to the crease, that required run rate could be very interesting, could get up towards 10s.
Yeah, that's right. Also no TJ Nidamanuru in the side as well. It's kind of fallen out of favour a little bit. We've got Baresi in there.
Stifled appeal, no real interest. Yeah, I'm still perplexed, Vinny, by the Wesley Baresi role in the side. I just can't. He's playing really as a specialist number 7, number 8, maybe.
Yeah, well, I suppose if batting Edwards in the top 6, that probably is where he bats. The lineup, Engelbrecht listed to come in next, and then Pastelator at 5, Edwards at 6, Baresi at 7. I think there probably is a role there for somebody. Just who do you want to choose? Nidamanuru can potentially would be looked at for that spot. He's just hit through the covers. Another couple to Max O'Dowd.
Not 100%. I just wondered, did Paul Stirling get something on that to just knock a bit of its momentum out? He's incredibly athletic, isn't he? In the way in which he makes ground across the field. Might get a look there. Maybe just a fingertip.
Maybe. But he is incredible with his hands. Just that natural hand-eye coordination, natural reflexes that he's got. He's something else.
I'll tell you one more thing, Vinny, as well. He's not a guy really off the pitch who has 12 have been bowled, 94 for 1, who definitely doesn't talk about himself much in terms of, oh, did you see my 50 or my 100, whereas there's other members of the Irish squad who, if they get runs or wickets, they'll be straight on the WhatsApp to you, or they'll be straight in the bar. But he did say to me the other day, and I don't think he'll mind me saying this, he did say, God, did you see that run out? God, he was delighted with himself, and it was an incredible run out, wasn't it?
That shows the high standards that he kind of holds for himself. The amount of things he thinks are normal, which they're not normal, to be honest.
No, brilliant.
And
really
that run out
moment.
was something. The catching it at short cover, the kind of reflex catching. It's not just the way, not just the catch, but how he's caught it. It's kind of got these lovely soft hands, but also hard enough to be able to absorb the impact of the ball.
Yeah, you look at the way he's built, and you wouldn't think he's going to be the most agile, but he has this kind of low centre of gravity, and he does actually. The thing he does the best, he reads the game really well, so he knows the shape of the shot, and he therefore knows which way to anticipate where the ball is going. Gareth Delaney's going to bowl his 4th. Ireland, they need another wicket.
I think the late great Dean Jones had a bit of a quote saying that fielding was 90% anticipation, 10% application, and if you can, especially square the wicket, if you can read those subtle signs from the batter of how they're shaping up to play the ball, it just gives that little edge which can turn half chances into wickets.
Yeah, and if you can pick whether it's an aggressive stroke or a defensive stroke, that massively impacts where you think you are going to need to be. As Mark Adair fields wonderfully. Oh, that was brilliant. Nearly created a chance out of nothing. He's one of Ireland's best in the field. Their ground fielding continues to be very good.
I've been impressed with the application of these Irish fielders. He's going to his wrong side there, but he glides there, picks it up, throws it in one motion.
This has gone a long way up. It is Mark Adair out there. It's not going to be easy. Oh, I think he's done well to probably end up saving 6 here. I think that's 5 runs saved rather than a chance gone down, even though Adair doesn't seem happy with himself. A marvellous effort for what was a very difficult chance.
Well, the reason he's upset, he thinks if he gets this clean, he can hand it off. But to me, that hit the rope, and obviously it's just popped just inside. But yeah, I just don't think he didn't handle it cleanly. If he handles it cleanly, he probably feels he's got a chance to turn that into a team catch.
I think he's trying to relay it, almost kind of continue the motion through. This is kept very low this time from Delaney. I think he knew that if he held on to it, he would have gone over the rope. So what he's trying to do is almost slingshot it behind his back to McCarthy. But I think that's 5 runs saved. I think it's a good effort.
It's still a fantastic stop, no doubt. I think he was conscious of that foot landing before he got rid of the ball, so he just had to eject it early.
Oh, pumped downtown, and we could have splashed down, because I think that's into the canal up there. Max O'Dowd, he's found form just when he needed to, just ahead of the World Cup. What a shot.
Well, he's out of the 30s and he's motoring. This is a A classical lofted on drive. He's got that slightly unorthodox pickup, doesn't he? But this is a fantastic shot, and I think we do have splashdown. Time to call out the briefcase.
Well, I'll tell you, there's no worse feeling as a bowler after being pumped for 6. When, in this case, it's a wet ball, but if you have a lost ball, it takes an eternity for it to come back. Just one more word on Adair. I know the focus should be on the Netherlands now with them really driving home what could be a great victory for them. How, I asked you yesterday, but how is he not getting more franchise gigs? He's a great fielder, he's a brilliant death bowler, opening bowler, smashes it down the order.
I talked about it actually in the first innings with Adair, but I'll say what I said yesterday, is the T20 World Cup will be an excellent platform for him to get in front of more eyeballs, and if he plays the way that looks like he can play it, and I think he might be getting a few knocks at the door.
I'll tell you another thing about Mark Adair, which really so impressive. He's got a way of keeping himself on the park. I can't remember many games he's missed through injury, which given the way he throws himself about in the field, the fact he almost always bowls his full allocation in ODIs and T20Is, and then he plays the multiple formats. He's a very, very good asset for Ireland in Test cricket too. That's really where he first announced himself in that Test match debut for him against England at Lord's.
What a game that was as well.
Oh, phenomenal, 85 all out. Sterling again showing how clean his hands are. Delaney finishes his spell. 4 overs, 1 for 28. Don't think it's going to be enough. The Dutch are right on top.
For now, we've seen reversals, haven't we? Ireland themselves actually kind of made hard work of it once they got towards the finish line yesterday. Yeah, these guys, like Sterling you mentioned, like Mark Adair as well, they're just kind of built for it. I know they're very different kind of physiques, but they're built for it. And it's interesting that these days all this talk of managing players, and it's just one of those things. Some people have it. They have an innate ability to stay fit, stay on the park, and to be able to play even if they're not quite 100%.
Now, big moment. It's the big man, the BM. It's his kind of self-christened nickname. Can't remember, is it the big man or the best man? I always get corrected on this. But he's got to impact the game. It's Barry McCarthy. It's his 100th appearance for Ireland, and they desperately need a wicket. And you just watch, Vinny. If Barry McCarthy takes a wicket here, as Mark Adair fields well again, wait till you see the celebrations. He will be pumped up.
Well, they need a turning point, don't they? And McCarthy, obviously, a big day for him out there. I know he's so thrilled to pull on that green shirt every single time. He pulls it on for the 100th time today.
Yeah, really special day. I was actually out there. I was invited out there. It's a Pembroke teammate of mine, someone I've done a lot of work with over the years in terms of playing together. Very close friend. Delighted for him. Really deserves that today. He's missed more games than he's played since his Ireland debut, nearly a decade ago now. But you think about the journey McCarthy's taken. He had to go away from Irish cricket to get his chance. It was a chance that came about due to a net bowling session against England. Ben Stokes was the one who was very generous and kind enough to say, hold on, how are you not in the Irish team? And if you're not there, let's get yourself over to Durham. We think we've got a place for you. Played as a professional there, did very well in county championship cricket. Had a horror injury as well. Finish that point in a moment. Nearly finds the outside edge. Good pace from McCarthy through to Tucker. This horror injury, Vinny, where, if I remember correctly, it was either an ACL or something with his knee, really bad, the kind of injury he might not come back from. I was in Dublin at the time, obviously very close friend, and he messaged me, he said, Lenny, I physically can't drive, I can't get home. And he said, I think I was coaching at the time and I probably had a couple of spare days, and he said, would you mind coming over? So I flew over and then I drove his car home with him. And I tell you that the mental places professional sportsmen go to when they're at their lowest, his resilience for Ireland has been incredible. And he's a real asset for the team. He's a very special guy. He's been left out more than he's played, and the way in which he's managed that, at points I think he's been close to giving up, but to get to 100 caps today, you saw the emotion from him out there. Andy Balbirnie handed it to him, his Pembroke teammate. They've played the whole way up together, and it's just a really special day for Barry McCarthy and his family.
Well, it's great to get that insight. It takes a lot of resilience to get to 100 games anytime. But when you say that he's missed more than he's played, I mean, it must be extra special.
Almost always seems to be the man over the last few years, the unlucky one out. I just hope it's not the case come the World Cup. Carved away towards Dockrell, who can't get there. He came for the catch, you've got to give him credit for that, but he couldn't cut off the boundary, and it's a key boundary.
Yeah, it is. To be honest, it was a risk probably worth taking for Dockrell. I suppose even if he doesn't get there on the full, he maybe can smother it, but he tries to make something out of nothing here, Vikram. Probably lucky he didn't hit it better. And takes an awkward bounce off the turf, risking the boundary to take a classic catch. But unfortunately, the Irish lose the gamble.
He's just got a look on his face, almost feels just nothing going his way today, is it, for George Dockrell in the field? He was brilliant with the bat. What can the BM muster up? He is chomping at the bit to celebrate this special day with a wicket, isn't he?
You can sense it. Last ball, the over coming up.
It's a very good over. Vikramjit Singh really couldn't get much on it. But he was desperate for that breakthrough. 14 have been bowled, 110 for 1. Ireland just hanging around. They could somehow get O'Dowd and get him now. Maybe we might have a late twist like we nearly had yesterday.
This is an interesting graph because they've pretty much been just tracking that red line, haven't they, for a while? Kind of got on the pace around the 5th over, got it slightly ahead. Just dipping a bit, but they're kind of thereabouts. That run rate required has stayed kind of in the 8s. And I think with wickets in hand, they're reasonably comfortable with that. But as we saw yesterday, these runs don't score themselves in the last couple of overs. If you do lose a wicket, if you do get new guys out there, had this trend of new batters to the crease getting bogged down a little bit.
Well, here's Mark Adair, just 6 off his 2 overs, so they're not going to hold him back to the death. Fascinating thing for me, Vinny, is who's going to bowl the next over. I wonder, will Paul Stirling be tempted to keep going with McCarthy's 4th, because he really threatened, didn't he, in that previous over. All of a sudden, Ireland are just making a few things happen. A few nerves appearing maybe in the Dutch camp.
Well, they say winning's a habit, and they have been in winning form lately, finding ways to win. That rate creeps towards 9 and over required. Not panic stations yet, but Netherlands just kind of need that. I suppose they got that boundary of the attempted catch from Dockrell. It's been a while since we've seen them crack one into a gap for 4 or 6.
This has gone a long way up. It goes towards Young and it just falls out of his reach. It was a strange shot, wasn't it? It was almost a periscope. He threw up a ducking hook.
I can understand this shot if the fine leg was up, but the fine leg was back. And so I'd put it in the too risky basket, but he gets lucky, O'Dowd. Another teaser, but it's a pleaser for the Netherlands who keep their opener at the crease.
All of a sudden, this game has the feel of one that might just be going to the final over. Again, it's just fascinating how quickly these T20s can change. The Dutch completely changed the game in the first innings in that 7th and 8th over to rein Ireland back before the late heroics from Dockrell push them up to that 161 that they've got. All of a sudden, there's no timing, there's no rhythm from the batters. And the problem is they're not getting many 2s either, Vinny.
That's the difference when you need this 9 and over. You can do it if you can pinch a couple of 2s in there. You can do that without hitting the boundary. If you're not getting the 2s, then you kind of need that boundary and over to keep pace.
I just wonder if we got another thriller on our hands. It was a 1-run margin of victory for Ireland earlier in the week. You sense if they could see the back of O'Dowd here, Ireland might start to believe. Cut away, that's going to be 50. Brilliant stop though from Dockrell. They will get 2, that makes him feel a bit better, but it's all about Max O'Dowd. It's come off 35 deliveries. It's a 12th T20 International 50 to go alongside that 100, and a really welcome return to form for one of the Dutch's key men at the top. Well played, Maxwell O'Dowd.
Well, they say in cricket timing is everything, and it's great timing from Max O'Dowd just before he gets on the plane for the World Cup. He's a player that Netherlands want up and ticking. The way he scored these runs, I think, says a lot more than just the number itself. Now lifts this up over the offside, and that's going to be 4. Well, that's a brilliant shot. Mid-off up in the circle. Adair kind of challenges Max to go up and over the top. He rises to the challenge, and 4 more to the Dutch total.
Yeah, it's a third T20I 50 against Ireland to go alongside Innings at the Malahide ground in North Dublin and also out in Abu Dhabi. With this one, well, he's just batted in a completely different manner to how we've seen him throughout the series, and indeed I believe in the Pro Series that preceded it. Form is the most funny of things. It's hard to put your finger on. 9 runs come from that over. It's 119 for 1 with 5 to go. It's 43 to win. And all of a sudden, Paul Stirling and Lorcan Tucker, who've just come together, the captain and vice captain, they're just trying to plot some kind of a heist, some kind of a miracle. I thought Stirling would be really tempted to go back-to-back with McCarthy, given how good that previous over was. Instead, it's going to be Craig Young.
Yeah, so Young's a guy they've used in various roles in this series. Seen him bowling a bit more towards the end of the innings. It still kind of hangs around in the 8s, 8.6 and over. We go into the last quarter of this chase. Ireland have slipped behind, but still, we know that they're good enough to come back and force a contest.
This has gone a long way up and a long way to nowhere, really, into no man's land. Gareth Delaney actually has to run across from mid-off to get there. Sort of just landed at the edge of the 30-yard circle. Another moment of fortune.
Another uncontrolled shot. I won't say there's been a lot of them, but there certainly have been a significant amount that have just been out of the grasp of fielders. We saw that one with Dockrell out there. We saw the kind of uncontrolled hook last over. That's another one. Just haven't had the luck rolling their direction. I suppose also I would say there was that genuine sitter that Dockrell dropped earlier. That didn't cost them too many in the end.
This has gone a long way up again, but I think it's going to somehow fall into vacant space once more.
That's another example of the field kind of playing into the batter's mind with the shot. So Delaney's up in the circle at mid-off, and so you can kind of guess most of the time this is going to be short. It's a field that's set for a short ball, but backing away, backing yourself to kind of flat bat it over the bowler's head. Light sprinkling of rain starts to fall.
Beats the outside edge this time. We've just seen Ben White warm up at short fine leg. I wonder, will Stirling be willing to risk his leg spinner in terms of kind of taking a risk, taking a gamble? He's only bowled 1 today.
They've used 7 bowlers today. They've used Tector, don't forget. Dockrell, Bolden over. They're really throwing the ball around the Irish.
This goes up, and surely it's going to be the end of O'Dowd. This time it will be. And Ireland, they're just hanging around. They're just applying a bit of pressure back towards the Dutch, and shortly after getting to that landmark, it's Max O'Dowd that falls. He's gone for 60. Ireland have their second.
Well, pick up the phone and dial D for drama, because we might have a finish yet. And certainly pretty animated celebrations from the Irish. And that's a huge moment in the game. O'Dowd batted so well for 60, but his luck runs out. Tucker takes the sky ball, and the Netherlands 123 for 2.
Yeah, really well played, Max O'Dowd. Hopefully that's a sign of things to come out in the Caribbean and in USA next month. He acknowledges the crowd. He'll have wanted to see it through, but he's got the Netherlands into what you'd have to describe as a winning position. But I just have a funny feeling about this game, Vinny. I think we're going all the way to the final over, maybe to the final ball.
Yeah, very evenly matched, these two teams in this format. Scotty Edwards comes in to bat in the number 4 position, comes in ahead of Engelbrecht. I think partly this is situational as well. I know he even dabbled with the number 3 position earlier in the series. I think they feel that he's got the skill set here to just kind of manipulate, to be good support to Vikram and take them close to the target.
Must be a little bit of frustration, I think, for Seibrand Engelbrecht in terms of his, just the way in which he's been used in this series. It felt very much to me, having seen him up close there in Kathmandu, that he kind of nailed down that number 3 spot, and that was where he was going to be batting in all the games. But I suppose with the 2 power hitters at the top, they want to get Vikramjit Singh up the order at number 3. The challenge for Edwards is, can he start quickly? It's not going to be easy. even 5 or 6 bad balls here, all of a sudden could turn that 9 and over into 12 runs required.
Yeah, it can blow out really quickly. Interesting point with Engelbrecht. He copped a couple of good seeds in the series as well. So, I mean, obviously, he would love an opportunity here to contribute to a win for the Netherlands just on the eve of the World Cup. Young has been successful in this 16th over, last ball of it coming up.
Edwards will get off the mark with a single. It's also going to wrap up my time here in the commentary box. I'll leave you with a sincere thanks and my feeling that this game, it's going all the way. 16 bowled, 124 for 2.
A big thanks to Andrew Leonard. It's obviously wonderful here on ECN whenever we can get Andrew here with us. He's very, very popular around the world and very, very knowledgeable on the game in particular with the teams you see on the park in this series. And I know that he'll be somebody you'll be hearing from a lot more. Corey Ruckers joins me back with the game precariously poised, 124 for 2 after 16, 4 overs remaining for the Ducks. They need 38.
Yeah, what a time to come back. Really exciting game of cricket. Well batted to Max O'Dowd, getting that international 50 today and going on with it. Disappointed to get out then, but Edwards comes out. He joins Vikramjit Singh. Still plenty of batting to come. I think Netherlands ahead, obviously. But can Ireland go bang, bang and take this very deep? Game on.
70-30 to Netherlands, but bang, bang probably brings it back to 50-50. Kampfer is an 8th bowler used. And he handles that clean as a whistle. Low full toss drilled back at him by Scott Edwards.
A good bit of fielding. Mid-off's in the ring, so if they had got past him, would have been a couple as he timed that quite nicely. 38 off 23, Vinny. What a nice way to finish this try series with. It feels like another classic.
Well, you called a super over the other night, and you're only 1 run off when these two teams met. How are you feeling tonight?
You never know.
Well, that's lifted up. Once again, mid-off, up in the circle, and it's a proper strike from Edwards. Not necessarily known for his power, but he gives us a little taste of it there, 4 runs.
Yeah, beautiful batting from Edwards. He's worked a lot on his game straight because everyone knows how good he is square of the wicket. Shows his stumps. Kampfer goes for the stumps, and he pumps it. Lovely batting. The skipper's come. I was just watching how he came to the crease. I was off air. He sprinted out. He wants this, and you can just see it's a big moment for Edwards and his captaincy. He'd love to get his team over the line.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe just given Engelbrecht the stiff arm to get out there. Gives up his stumps again. He'll get 4 more. This is top-class batting from Scott Edwards.
What a shot from Edwards. He's come out like a bullet from a gun. Bang, bang. And this is the thing, if Scott keeps evolving his game and getting stronger and stronger straight, Vinny, we know how good he is at the deflections and the ramps and the scoops and the sweeps. But those 2 shots there show a player that can play 360. And those 2 4s, well, Netherlands can breathe a bit more.
It just rounds out his game, doesn't it? He puts the Netherlands right in charge now. Have a look at the rate. They're still in the 8s. It's just the way he's looking. He's looking like he's bossing it. Not many batters have come out this week and done that.
Yeah, confident strokes. So now it's the change. Mid-off goes back. Third man comes into the ring. This is where it's that cat and mouse. Now, as Edwards go, all right, time to get funky and go behind myself, or is it a slow ball? Cat and mouse.
Knocks this down the ground. 2's a call straight away. Beckham's going to have to hustle. But he'll get there. Good running by the Dutch.
Yeah, brilliant running. Every run counts. So Edwards 11 off 6. It's been a credit to this Dutch side. They're running between the wickets in the last year or so. They've really enhanced their game. Stealing singles everywhere. 28 off 20. You still feel there's going to be one more twist, don't you?
I mean, with those 2 boundaries, it's still in the 8s.
I think the difference from the other day, sorry, Vinny, is the 8 wickets in hand, though. Every batter comes out, has a licence.
True, but are we going to the last here? Feels like we are. In some way, shape or form. There's a pace-off delivery from Kampfer. Help round the corner. They will get a single.
Oh, I think Edwards has missed out on that one. It was pace-off, bit of glove, and throws his head back. He knows any bat on that, that probably would have flown away for 4 with fine leg in the ring. Just the single. Vikramjit on strike.
That was just a slight kind of hold back, maybe held a bit deeper in the hand, digging into the pitch, hoping it can kind of just stop in the pitch a little bit. Interesting, 8 bowlers used, so they've got plenty of options. Only Delaney's been bowled out.
I'd be tempted to go to a little bit of spin the next over. It might be brave, but it could work on this surface. Last ball, the 17th.
Vikram goes straight down the ground, slices towards Adair. This time they will get another 2 to the total. End of 17 overs. Camphor goes for 13 in that one. And the Netherlands, 137 for 2.
Yeah, very good over for the Netherlands. 2 boundaries from Edwards and a good running between the wickets. They've put themselves into the driver's seat. We welcome to the commentary cube. And Vinny, well, this tri-series has been fantastic. We do deserve a big finish.
It's been great. And look, every chance that we'll be able to cover the Dutch team again when I think USA and Canada will be here in August, which I think would be another great tri-series. Again, there'll be new teams on the network. And who knows by then what storylines there'll be with the World Cup coming up.
Yeah, this is the thing. We always love the storylines we get, and I think all Scotland, Ireland and Netherlands will take some stories from this week and some confidence. All 3 teams, I think, will hit that World Cup with a pretty good balanced squad, and I reckon there's a good chance to get through the Super 8s.
Now, we won't be here tomorrow, but we'll be back on Sunday. But if you want some international cricket, you've got lots to choose from. The ECN is starting in Estonia with Malta touring both men's and women's T10 internationals there. You can join Charlie and Rico there in Tallinn, 6:30 a.m. GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe. It's noon in India. This is kind of an off-speed ball, not really picked. Just that kind of off-cutter dragged into the pitch.
And took all the air out of it. Edwards is very early on the stroke. So what do we have? 25 off 17. Supercomputer saying 86% to the Netherlands. With 8 wickets in hand.
How long does the Super over take?
Quite some time
20 minutes?
these days, yeah. Well, I'd say 30 with all the amount of things that go on with that.
Interesting. On the hook this time, but he's found the fielder, and he's going to be bounced out. Edwards, the skipper, came out on a mission, but he has to walk back for just 12. Adair breaks through, and the Netherlands just a little bit of a wobble here towards the end of the innings now with the captain gone. It's 137 for 3.
Clever bowling, isn't it? It was the off-speed one into the pitch and then the pace-on bouncer. He gets it high. Edwards gets a fair piece of it, but not enough. It's a game of margins. That goes another 3-4 metres and goes for 6. You say it's almost all over, but it's a big wicket. Game still on.
Maybe an unnecessary risk to try and elevate that. He never really tries to keep it down there, does he, Edwards? He couldn't pick out Ben White any better. 137 for 3. If you just help that round, potentially get 1, maybe 2, depending on where it goes. But it does mean that we'll get a look at Bastelater coming in at number 5.
Still got Bastelater in that lineup. You've got Engelbrecht, you've got Wesley Baracey, you've got Logan Van Beek, Tim Pringle. There's plenty of batting. It's just about who holds their nerve here. Delater looked brilliant the other day when he came out, timed the ball from ball 1. It's not going to be easy. This Irish team, they are so composed, so skilled. This could go right down to the wire.
You're not heading for another Pringle power session. Shouldn't get that far really with these wickets in hand to later. Brilliant emerging young talent for the Netherlands. A breakout couple of years. Facing a very experienced and skillful marker there. Similar kind of ball. You see Delater keeps this on the ground. Pretty good fielding though by White to get down and keep that to a long single.
What an over from Adair, just quietly. 3 balls into, he's picked up a wicket and only conceded the 1 run. Oh, we're on for a last over classic, aren't we? These 2 teams could only be separated by a singular run, and if Pringle didn't hit that back to the bowler, it probably would have been a tie.
Yeah.
Oh, could we have another singular run victory, or will it be a super over, or will Netherlands get there in a canter?
Vikram's just ticking at the moment, having a good look around. He sees the fine leg up in the circle. He's probably watched from the other end. It's been a kind of steady diet of kind of cutters, kind of balls into the pitch this over. Let's see what the tactics are. From Adair to the left-hander. Round the wicket. Goes with that angle. He was eyeing off that gap and he got the ball he wanted. 4 runs, takes the Netherlands closer.
Oh, they can breathe a little bit more now. There was some pressure building. It's a release of that pressure. It was down the leg side. Vikramjit Singh gets the exact ball he wants and just tickles it around the corner for 4. Good batting. 1
boundary and over, and kind of a smattering of 1s and 2s. You probably get the 8 or 9. If you get a 2nd boundary in the over, you win the over comprehensively. And you know what they say, Corey? The eyes never lie. He was looking at that gap. He knew exactly where he had to place that one. Now he's knocked over. He goes to the well once too often. Adair breaks through and rattles the stumps, and the Netherlands go 4 and out in the 18th. It's 142 for 4.
Can you say ECN classic, Vinny? Because this one just feels like it's going to go right to the wire. Oh, Vikramjit Singh, he got himself in. There was another off-speed delivery, a perfect length, top of leg stump. Plays across it, has to go. 2 wickets in the over, and this Irish team, they just never die.
Yeah, Adair, let's see this one. Did look like kind of drags his hand down the right-hand side of the ball. Just loses his shape. He's kind of done that occasionally in this innings, hasn't he? He's gone quite front on, trying to open up that leg side, loses his shape, loses his leg stump. Adair fighting hard for the Irish. They're not going anywhere. And the Netherlands, 142 for 4.
Well, what you have here now, you've got 2 players out there at the crease, Vinny, as Wesley Baracey comes to join Buster later, that have only faced 1 ball between them. So it's going to take 2 brand new batters to get them over the line. We're going right down to the wire here. Great game of international cricket. $20 required. Wesley Baracey, he's in this side to finish games off.
Yeah, he took the words out of my mouth there. Gets a short ball, just jabs through it. We'll start with a single. Yeah, brilliant contest. You're gonna face some very skillful Irish bowlers as well. 18 overs down. It's 143 for 4. 19 required off the last 2 overs.
If Ireland do go on to win, they'll look at that over. 2 for 6 in the over. What a sensational over. And he got rid of Edwards, who was looking good, got rid of Vikram. He got the 2 established players gone.
Correct.
So, yeah, interesting game. We're going right to the wire. Netherlands and Ireland, this whole week, haven't been able to separate these 2 teams by much. And look at that worm. Wowee.
It's a great looking worm, isn't it? You just feel that the thing's perhaps set up for McCarthy in his 100th cap to bowl the defining over. He's going to bowl the 19th, and let's see if he can set up a memorable Irish victory.
Remember that last over from the Netherlands in the first inning as well? Went for plenty. Oh boy, they rue the fact now. They'd love to be chasing 150. Here we go, 19 off 12. McCarthy with the ball.
Same field, mid-off, stays up in the circle to the right-handed Baracey. Fine leg up as well. Baracey backs away and strokes at deep point for 1. That's the thing, though, at this stage, with that difference between the runs required and the balls remaining at 7. So the longer we get in this chase, if that's maintained, it gets quite difficult.
It's 1 good stroke, though, isn't it? If he hits a 6 here, it's 12 off 10, and you should win that 99 times out of 100. But that 1-6 still has to come. It's not going to be easy on these big boundaries. Toleda's on strike. What a game of cricket out at VCC Vorburg. 3rd man comes in, fine leg goes back. So you got 4 in the ring on the offside.
He bowls straight, kind of had to with that field. Didn't want to risk getting sliced away.
Vinny. These 2 teams.
Talk to me about where Tijanita Manuru is at then, at the moment, being left down to the side again. Baracey playing that kind of 6-7 role.
I think he'll be disappointed to obviously not be in this lineup, but they need to have a look at what Baracey can do as a finisher. He is going to the World Cup, and they've been trying to get him in this sort of 5-6-7 role to finish games off. And he's got that much experience. He won't feel too nervous. He's a good player. He's been making plenty of runs domestically as always at his club Harvey S. Can he deliver for the Dutch this time?
Well, it does go short, and that's a brilliant shot. It'll dribble into the rope, and there's the boundary that the Dutch sorely needed. McCarthy rolls the dice with the short ball, but a fantastic little uppercut back away from Baracey gets the boundary.
What a shot, considering the circumstances. He just oozes a bit of class, Baracey. It's a short ball, 3rds up. That's all you have to do, just lofts it over beautifully, gets enough on it to go for 4. And once again, the Dutch can breathe a little bit.
It's a big gamble to bowl that ball with the field that he'd set for himself there with the fine leg and the 3rd up in the circle, actually.
There's not too many cricketers you'd want more than Baracey coming out the back end. Just that there's so many years of experience, seen it all before him, plenty of World Cups, batted all over the order. To have him come in is pretty ideal for the Netherlands. This is interesting now. McCarthy's going to come around the wicket. Deep point, deep cover point. basically televising a little bit. Might try bowl wide hole. Fine leg comes in. Different tactics here from Sterling and the Irish.
Yeah, very interesting field. Kind of like a fake slip in as well on the circle. I thought he might do this, so he jumps across and anticipates that. They want two here. It's a very good clean pickup and almost an improvisational attempt from the keeper, Tucker, but they do scramble back for a second run.
Yeah, and once again, clever from Barassi. He's just watching the field. He scoots across, flicks it to the leg side into a huge pocket of space.
Watch Tucker here. He wanted to go one hand and then flick back in one motion. That might have been close, but he couldn't glove it cleanly. Good early throw, good pick up from the fielder. But even your twos at this stage are so valuable compared to ones because they just close that gap. 11 off 8 now required. There's the dot ball. Racy has a whiff it outside the off stump.
Good game of cricket. Tell you, there's a whole nation watching this as well, Vinny. Zimbabwe will be watching this very closely because any win here for the Dutch gets them some very vital ranking points. So many permutations in the last game of this tri series. 11 off 7.
80-20, but it feels closer, doesn't it?
Still, it's only one big shot for the Netherlands. You'd imagine they should get home. Ireland, I think, need to make something happen. Maybe another wicket here.
McCarthy in his 100th match for Ireland. Finishes with a dot, so a little mini contribution there that could be very, very valuable. 151 for 4 after 19. Netherlands require 11 for the win off the last.
Can you say super over, Vinny? It's getting closer. He's got plenty of options. Who's he going to go to? Will it be Young? Will it be some spin? Oh, boy, will it be Camphor? I don't know. What will Sterlo do?
I'm going to throw one out there. I understand golden ball isn't necessarily suitable for T20 nationals, but if a super over was tied, then I'd love a golden ball.
No, not just more super overs, Vinny. We could get multiple super overs.
How much sunlight you got?
We've got plenty.
Honestly, I would love that. To have the whoever bats second to super over to continue and finish with a golden ball.
It looks like they're going to go to Young,
Vinny. It's good enough to decide the 2019 World Cup. It's good enough for T20 international cricket. Anyway, last overtime. They do go to Young. This is a real test of his death bowling skills. Hit down the ground, mid-off's up. Long on, comes around, gets a bit of an awkward bounce. There's always going to be two, though. Netherlands creep closer.
Well, fine legs back, and mid-off's up in the circle. Third man's up also. Delator didn't get much of it, just chipped it for 2. 9 off 5. Going right to the wire here at VCC Vorburg. Last bits of preparation for these teams for the World Cup. Who's going to win this one?
And it's the Prince of Vorburg out there on his home turf.
What a game.
9 off 5. This game's hovered at that rate pretty much the whole time. Grandstand finish. Punches a full toss. Again, only looks like one.
Just the single. Ireland have just kept it going.
That was the one, wasn't it? I mean, it's a full toss. It's the shin high full toss. Delator, if he gets to the gap, maybe he gets the boundary there, but he picks out the fielder.
Massive delivery now. 8 off 4. If Ireland get Barassi out here and it's 8 off 3 and Engelbrett has to come here to boundary first of all, very difficult to do.
Fine legs back, so...
Everyone back on the leg side. 4 in the ring on the offside. 8 off 4.
He's bowled him. What a performance from Young here at the death as Barassi swings straight through it. And Ireland get their noses in front now, I think, with that wicket, 154 for 5.
Oh, he plays across it a bit. It was straight. It was full. Mid-off was in the ring. Maybe he could have looked to hit the sight screen. In the end, it is the wicket for Ireland. A new man has to come to the crease. And Ireland, for the first time in quite some time, feel like they're ahead.
And it gets the result, but it's what I'd call a challenge kind of length, isn't it? Because, I mean, if he hits that, you'd probably say it's in the slot, but you're right, he does play slightly across it.
Poor 8 off 3, Vinny.
Yeah, Wesley, fresh out of luck. He goes for 8, and it's 154 for 5. Here's Logan van Beek to get into the kitchen where it's pretty hot right now.
Wow, Van Beek. They've gone with Van Beek, so they haven't gone to Engelbrett. I think that's because Van Beek obviously has well known for his power hitting, and he's obviously done it in super overs before at the end against...
Yeah, at the crunch.
But this is not easy on a big boundary. He's probably been sitting there for 19 overs, wasn't expecting to bat, and then all of a sudden a couple wickets fall. You're sent out there to win a game of international cricket. Good luck to him.
Yeah, this is the crunch. Vorburg Cricket Club right now, Crunchtown, USA. Young wheeling and dealing at the death. 8 off 3 required. A brilliant Yorker. Has to take his medicine. A little bit of a toe poke. It'll be 1. Makes it 7 off 2.
Unbelievable, isn't it? What a closing of this second innings from Ireland. They've just been staying in it, staying in it. The 18th over, 2 wickets for 6 runs. This game's flipped. Buster later.
If Ireland can keep the ball on the field for the next 2 balls, they win. Simple as that. Dutch need a boundary. I also think you're trying to push for a 2 to make it 4 to tie it. So almost anything, I think, to the outfield, you're trying to get back for that second run. And then any boundary can keep you alive in the contest. Last ball. Young, though, kind of untested in the death overs, but he's been given the opportunity, and they had lots of options they could have gone to here.
Here we
They
go.
went for him.
Here we go.
6 to tie it. Get great Yorker. I think you've got to go for 2. Finds a hole anyway. So we are going to have a last ball finish, Corey, because it'll be 4 to tie, 5 to win. Essentially a 6 would win it for the Netherlands, but a 4 will take us to a super over.
Can you believe it, Vinny? These 2 teams, you can't split them this week. We're going right to the last ball. Buster later, 4 for a super over. 6 to win it. If it stays in the park, Ireland win it. What a game of cricket.
What a game of cricket. What death bowling from Young. Once again, hits his spot. What are you thinking here? Are you thinking about getting funky?
I was going to say this. He's bowling pace on full, fine legs in. Is Bus brave enough to maybe try a ramp? It's risky, but he's nailing his Yorker.
It's Sydney or the bush, right? I think it might be on, because it's anything less than the boundary is no good. 4 to tie, 6 to win. Last ball of the 20. Hit, and it's not going to get past Tector. It'll only be a single, and Ireland once again just scrape in. The margin will be 3 runs. The final score, Ireland 161, the Netherlands 158. What a finish to this tri-series.
Can you believe it? Ireland have done it. They get the win. Credit to their death bowling. I can't believe they've won that. They've stolen that back. They've stolen it back. It was 143 for 2. Mark Adair goes wicket, wicket. Vikramjit Singh and Scott Edwards go. And then just 1 boundary in the last 2 overs. They couldn't get it away. Ireland have done it again.
Hindsight's 2020, but again, that kind of boundary or bust option, maybe statistically that was the option. I know Bass knows his game better than anyone, but the last 3 overs go for 6, 8 and 7, and you're right, it's burglary in the first degree. Look, the Netherlands, they're so close to the mark. I mean, they can maybe take some solace that the Ireland are a team, they've been playing well, they've been winning games, they beat Pakistan last week on home territory, and so the fact that Netherlands get within 1 swing of the bat twice, maybe there's something to take away from that, but that's a little bit of a heartbreaker, I think, for the Dutch on home soil.
I think that one's a tough pill to swallow. You look at how they closed the first innings with their last 3 overs with the ball, and you look at how they closed the last 3 overs with the bat here. Once again, against Ireland, they've been very good for 80% of the game, but 20% was missing, and against a team like Ireland, they're going to get over the line. Credit to them. Credit to all the teams in this series. It's been an enthralling tri-series. Ireland go through unscathed, and I think Netherlands will take a lot of positives through to the World Cup, and I think Scotland will as well, but boy, what a game of cricket between these 2.
It was a sensational game of cricket, and a lot of handshakes there. Obviously, big adventure for all the teams we've seen this week coming up as they embark on their American adventure in the USA and the West Indies. But this was a real thriller. You called it. It was an ECN classic, a T20 International classic here at VCC. Looked for a lot of runs to get, and we know the batting hasn't been particularly convincing, but O'Dowd provided some stability back at the top of the order, along with Levitt. They actually did the early hard yards, didn't they, in setting up this chase?
Yeah, they did. It was an amazingly good opening partnership. These 2, after the sedate first 3 overs, got going in the back end of the power play. And, well, when Levitt's on form, he's good to watch. That was a lovely shot over the leg side for 6, and then O'Dowd thought it's time for him to chip in. A couple of streaky boundaries here and there, but overall, these 2 batted beautifully.
And they used 8 bowlers along the journey, didn't they? They bowled out 4 of them. Then we had 4 individual overs. So interesting tactics as well from Paul Sterling, kind of mixing things up. That looked like it could be a big moment. Dockrell really dropping what he should have taken there. Levitt tried to cash in, was able to do it to an extent. But we saw these pace-off bowlers kind of rotated a little bit through those middle overs. That required rate that was never going anywhere. It was kind of always in the 8th. They always kept that flame alive for the Irish.
Yeah, this was a big wicket. Levitt Got a little bit of itchy feet there, caught it deep mid-wicket, trying to loft it for a big 6. And that brought Vikramjit Singh to the crease, who I thought batted really nicely at the start of his innings, found the pockets of space quite well with a couple of boundaries. There were some brilliant bits of fielding, remember that? Saves an extra 5 runs. And isn't that amazing? A couple of games between these two, right to the wire. O'Dowd batted sensationally today. That was a lovely shot into the lake. 6 over deep mid-on. They had to get the new box of kookaburras out. And at this stage, while Vikramjit Singh and O'Dowd were batting together, Vinny, you just thought Netherlands will win this game.
Yeah, that's right. But I think you can draw a straight line between the Irish fielding efforts and not just in this game, but in the past games. It may have just been the difference. And you start looking back, there's O'Dowd bring up his 50, but the one that Pringle ran over, for example, in the first innings, just fine margins, I think, at this level when you really get into the top echelon of the game. O'Dowd got lucky a few times, but skied that one. A simple catch for the keeper. Scotty Edwards came out. He actually whacked those back-to-back boundaries, and it seemed a kind of a done deal at that stage, didn't it?
When Edwards hit those back-to-back boundaries, you really thought that Netherlands were going to win this game quite comfortably, and for them to lose by a couple of runs even is remarkable. He was bounced out the next over. Clever ball. And this was the over that swung out. I know that man of the matches, as the rain, well, just in the background of the heights, the rain has started pouring here at VCC. But yeah, I know that man of the matches, they look at a whole bunch of things, Vinny, but truly that 18th over, the 2 for 6, that was an amazing swing.
Yeah, and that was a dare. You're seeing it right there. Was able to rattle the stumps of Vikram Barasi. That was an outlandish shot, wasn't it? Off his short ball. The old jump dab. But then his stumps were rearranged. And we were going to the last we thought we would. Van Beek out there couldn't provide the boundary. Neither could the Prince of Voorburg, Pastelator. So close yet so far for the Oranje. They go down by 3 runs. Ireland, they go undefeated through the series. And they'll be very, very happy with their preparation, I think, especially when you throw in that performance against Pakistan, which included a win on home turf last week.
Yeah, a lot of what-ifs for Netherlands. They easily could have been 3-1 this week, and instead they'll finish 1-3. Having a look at that scorecard, the top order clicked today. O'Dowd 60 off 41, Levitt 39 off 34, 27 off 22 for Vikramjit Singh, but no one really from 4 to 7 just got going, and a quick little 15 off 6 would probably win you a game, but it's not easy out here.
And Lenny called it. He said, you know, if you can get the set batters here, there's been a bit of a trend of batters coming in and finding it hard to get going. Edwards looked like he couldn't stick around long enough. 2 for 21, Adair, I think, was absolutely magnificent in his allotment. Best of the bowlers. 2 wickets also for Young, who held his nerve at the death, and I think delivered a very, very good last over. Delaney 1 for 28, but they do throw the ball around. 8 bowlers used in total for Team Ireland, who get the win by 3 runs. Well, those 2 teams, they had 2 really, really good games. Just a pity we don't meet a third time, maybe to split the mini-series, because it would have been great to see the Netherlands have one more crack at the Irish. Let's welcome you into the commentary box. And I'm going to say, on behalf of everyone here at ECN, we've had a real cracking time here in the Netherlands. And by the way, we're only just beginning, because we still have the Dutch T20 Finals Day on Sunday. We also have the T20I Women's Series, the HCL Tech T20I Ws featuring Italy next week. So just as the rain comes down here, it really came quickly. It's so interesting. If this rain had come 20 minutes earlier, for example, perhaps the Dutch win on DLS, given the way that the game was going. But the heavens, they stayed shut. And the Irish, they get it across the line in the end.
Yeah, credit to the Irish. They go, well, they clean sweep the series, basically. Obviously, they had that abandoned match also. But I just think all 3 teams, credit to all of them, because the cricket level this week was something very exciting for us on ECN to produce. And a big well done to the ground staff as we watch the rain in the background. They have worked tirelessly to get this whole event up in a 2 weeks' notice. So well done to VCC.
Yeah, absolutely. They've been wonderful hosts. Again, you've got to feel for VRA a little bit, obviously, with the games getting moved at short notice. But it just shows you how many people are contributing and putting in the hard yards here in Dutch cricket to make this work. So it's a big win for the Irish. Just 3 runs in it. Of course, they beat the Netherlands by just 1 in the first contest between these 2 teams. Now, so much cricket is happening around right now. See, there's the summary of this 6-match series. Ireland, we already knew that they won the series, but I think they'll be pretty happy to go through undefeated. The Netherlands and Scotland do both win a game in there, and also we had the abandoned match. So Ireland, they win everything that they play that was completed. The Netherlands and Scotland essentially split their mini-series. This is what's coming up tonight in Portugal. The Rangers are going to make their first ever cricket on ECN from the Estadio Municipal de Miranda de Corvo. there in Portugal. The Coimbra Knights, the hosts, in action tonight. That starts 6:30 European time, which is 10 p.m. in India. Phil is standing by, and he's loving the Balmy Knights in Portugal. More cricket happening right now. You can turn over because it's almost finals time in the ECS in Estonia, and then we'll have the international starting tomorrow. Men's and women's T10 internationals. We've already seen records smashed there. We had 36s in an innings earlier today, the most ever, and 30 is half the balls in the innings, which have gone for 6. And if that's not enough, well, it's a little bit of foreplay here on the network, because 4 consecutive series for the first time ever on ECN. Day 2 will continue tomorrow, but again, you can switch over now because day 1's in play, the quadrangular series there, featuring Hungary, Romania, Bulgaria, and Gibraltar from the Moara ground in Ilfov County in Romania. And that was a mouthful, Corey, but it's just unprecedented what's happening right now on the network with so much cricket. Unbelievable amount of cricket. We must have more than 24 hours of cricket in the day today.
Yeah, it's an amazing effort from everyone in the Blue Crew and everyone back in the office. So good luck to everyone that's working the events, and really excited for finals day this Sunday right back here at VCC.
Quick calculation, I think there's 28 hours of cricket in the day. So we're even making time now. It's crazy. Rain's really pelting down now, so we're probably going to have to get out of here. I want to say a big thank you to you, Corey. Been great to have you kind of on your home turf. I know you've played a lot of cricket here in the Netherlands, and you're close friends with a lot of the Dutch side. It's been great to have Andrew Leonard as well, the Taklu Dai. Big thank you to him. He is an absolute professional, and I always love the ability to work with him. And I thought you guys struck a pretty good partnership. Speaking of him, here he is right now. Come on, Lenny. So Lenny's in here as well. Let's get all 3 of us together. I think you've found a safe place in here because it is bucketing down right now. Big thanks to everyone at VCC, Spring Media behind the scenes, all of our partners, of course, and the host. Now, before everything gets wet, I'm going to do one final goodbye on behalf of everyone here at the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family. Corey and I will be back for the Dutch T20 Finals Day on Sunday, so you can tune in then here once again at the VCC ground. But from everyone here at ECN, hope you stay happy, stay safe. Don't forget to subscribe. We hit 400,000 during that innings as well. Don't forget our social media at European Cricket, and don't forget EuropeanCricket.com, our website. That's it for me, and on behalf of us, hope you stay happy, stay safe. Turn over and watch some more cricket now. We'll see you soon here in the Netherlands for more action right here on the European Cricket Network. For now, it's goodbye.